Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better life. Know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. Can mine, can mine. How can mine your energy? That's right. How can mine sanity? Only you can make the change. How can mine shine your head at you? How can mine shine so bright from darkness to light. Hey, 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 hey. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy. I'm your host, DJ Genesis, and we're back at it again. So today we're going to go over a live stream we did in the wee hours of the morning with Angryman. We got into it again. I think he like arguing with me. I think he like arguing with me, guys, because he always tend to get up there when I'm up there and didn't want to just go in and argue with me, guys. So let's get into it. I mean, it was interesting. Like it's crazy going into these spaces because a lot of times you have like this like male dominated take on things. Even down, and I'm going to as we get further into this, I'm going to break some of this stuff down, the falsehood of it all. I didn't have control of the live stream, so I couldn't be like, okay, you said this, well, let me bring this up and let me get with you on it because but so I didn't really have the control to be able to, but now I do. We back over here on this channel, and we're going to break down some of this misconceptions and misconstrued things that happen in this conversation. We had an emotional, I don't call it an argument, it's an emotional conversation is what ended up happening. So let's go.
Right.
So if you have all these like different things, like these vibrations of these different things, they all have a hertz. They all have a megahertz. And then they have like the actual, so the sound and then the actual vibration that can create light. And if you understand, like, so in E5, we have a thing called Odu, where each of these things are born. So we understand that's when in divination, we understand where each of those things were born in and the energy it was born from.
Absolutely. But the reason why I'm saying it's an oversimplification is because when you oversimplify something like that, when you speak about it, it doesn't carry the same respect. Like, for instance, when I'm up here on the panel, I done said to cats numerous times, I vibrated a different frequency. I don't think that I'm the same as other niggas. Like, so if I feel that way, how would a deity feel? So if you're saying that this deity, you feel me? Because the way we're brought up being taught like the deity is just folklore or whatever like that, right? So if we sit here and say, oh, well, that's just energy, or that's just a frequency or whatever, right? Which associates it with everything. That's almost akin to like what people do when they speak about, the Bible and Christianity. If a person speaks to a Christian that they're a non-Christian, they'll say, oh, well, God is just the universe. It's kind of disrespectful.
No. Actually, it's not. So the difference. No.
Wait,
the difference is that all of those deities live within you, and therefore every vibration of those things live within you. And so therefore, that's how you can heal yourself, is understanding the vibration of all of these different deities that live within you. Saying that God is the universe how is that an oversimplification? What is simple about the universe? What is simple about vibration? What if God is everything? All those things combined. Why is it an oversimplification to say, okay, yes, vibration? Everything is a vibration. People are saying that we live in a holographic universe. That matter itself is just that the solidness of mass and matter and things like this is really is really based on because of like atoms and things vibrating at a certain frequency. Abu, yeah. Listen, guys, this is an open panel. I mean, I was trying to explain it, but he got to like make it fun, and it just got really crazy. And it was really early in the morning, and I just didn't have any more like. I mean, this whole live stream that I'm talking about, this went on for hours. Like 7 hours. So we were at the like 5 or 6 hour mark, some kind of crazy hour mark. So I was already exhausted by the time this happened, and I really didn't have the steam to really go back and forth because it got kind of ridiculous over time. But let's go. We're gonna go into it, but. Well, okay, let's talk about it. Vibration. Why is it oversimplifying that things are a matter of vibration? Everything vibrates. That's why, and all the thing is difference is like the certain level of vibration will make things have a solid, like versus a different kind of a gas, right? The vibration of the molecules or whatever, atoms and stuff like that. So how is that oversimplifying? But I think a lot of times what people do is that they just want to argue for the sake of arguing, so they're going to just say, oh, that's oversimplifying it, let's go. But because of the fact that religion came on, people believe that these vibrations and these energies live outside of them, and so it's therefore
Genesis is
yes, it's a microcosm, right?
Right. So
I understand why
it's an oversimplification because 1 second, bro. It's disrespectful because people like Jabari are acting like as if these energies didn't have agency, and that is the big separation. They are sentient beings that have agency. The creator has agency. It's consciousness. So for him to be a so-called Egyptian priest, Netertepi, but don't read the glyphs, and in the Shabaka stone, it literally tells you that Ptah created the world with his word, as if that's not consciousness.
Is word not vibration?
It is, but he's saying that it's not. You're not listening, sister. He's saying he's arguing against what the actual Yoruba, the Ife are saying, that they also were beings that walked the planet. He's saying that didn't happen. He's saying that's not true. It's only just energy, like the electromagnetic energy turning my light on, as if it doesn't have consciousness. That's two different things. That's why Angryman is right.
Yeah, it's not when you talk about some people call it the
when you say that those things walk the earth, do you say that they were like human, or do you think they were like these advanced
human, but I would say that they related to us genetically, but to say human is an understatement. Human can be a damn Homo erectus.
It's better to say beings.
Sentient beings with agency.
The reason it's oversimplification is that energy doesn't matter without direction. The gods, the deities, or whoever they may be, they are directing that's why they personify those specific things. To personify love and to express love are not the same.
But the issue I have with this, right? Because I hear this in a lot of different discussions, and to me, like over the years, I've heard this in a lot of different discussions, and to me, it's like that free love hippie type stuff. Mm-hmm. Like it's like taking away agency from those beings and saying that, oh well, because it's energy. We know energy is everything. We know frequency is in everything. You feel it's like a musical scale, but the musical scale it doesn't matter. Like if you took a musical scale and you just put notes on it. It don't mean nothing until somebody organizes it correctly. And once they organize it correctly, now you have a song. Now you have something that touches the soul. That's the difference. With the way you're talking about it, it's like it's just a bunch of notes on a scale, but nobody's arranged it. You see what I'm saying?
It's not
I don't think that
notes agency.
I don't believe that that's true. I'm like, what? No.
Okay, so, but you see why it's an oversimplification. It's stripping the agency, the consciousness from it. When I would say that energy is created from consciousness. Jabari said that consciousness is not literal, yet we all have our own subjective literal experience and we're conscious.
Well, energy is created from consciousness? What? How can what energy would have to exist first, and then you be conscious of the energy? Like, how does consciousness exist and then energy comes after it? Consciousness itself is energy. It is a form of energy. All it is it's awareness. That's all consciousness is. It's awareness. So that energy has to exist prior to the awareness of the energy. So I don't get what he's saying here. Let's go. No, actually, in Yoruba understanding is that's kind of true, because everyone has their own destiny.
Yes.
So therefore, those particular like things might show up different according to who the person is, right? So you might be a little bit more, you might have a little bit more of a certain energy than another thing. You know, say like that's like an archetype, right?
Yes.
So what I'm saying is that like to say that that's I mean what are we getting at here? I'm trying to understand.
Okay, so this is oversimplification, right? You're over there, I'm over here. We both breathe air. We both have cells, we both have atoms, we both have all of that. But is there a difference between you and I?
Yes.
Absolutely, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how are we speaking of higher beings and think that they don't have a difference? How are we speaking of higher beings as if they all are just basically energy, as if they don't?
I think when you say higher beings, that takes it outside of oneself. Like, okay, so what does it take to make up a human being, right? I believe that it takes all of those things to make up one person, right? And then those things show up more or less in each person. So,
okay,
so a higher being, when you take Obatala outside of the being, Obatala is actually within me. There is no separation.
That's where it gets dangerous right there.
Mm.
That's where it gets dangerous right there. What? Because when you're talking about this energy and these frequencies that are all within us, you do realize that these energies and these frequencies being in us, it's not whole, it's fragmented. It's when you take a deity, or you take that being and you fragment it and you put it in multiple souls as a prison. See, I didn't even want to get into this.
Is it a prison?
Yes, a prison.
Yes, because it's an illusion that you're not a part of the oneness. It's a prison. It's a prison from a perspective of living a linear.
But what about like, okay, so the same thing that exists within us lives in the fauna and flora of the land.
Genesis. Listen.
Wait, y'all are both explaining that you can fragment infinity, which is impossible. You cannot divide infinity by anything and it's still not being infinite. That's why we are still creatures of creation.
So this discussion happened like the night before last. Like, so it was a Friday morning kind of thing. Like it was at like, I mean, damn near at like 3:00 in the morning. So it's actually the witching hour, not the witching hour, but it's like that spirituality. So I believe that we were really talking on some high level stuff. And a lot of this stuff really gets deep on that, like when we get to like that deep, at that time frame. But this entire live was 11 hours, guys. So this is at the 6-hour mark of the 11 hour. So yeah.
I don't understand.
Now we're not gonna do the full thing. We're just gonna go when we're talking about what this subject is, because I think they moved on, after I had left. But let's go.
I don't think that's what Angryman was doing.
That's not what I'm saying. See, here's the thing, right? You remember in the Matrix when Morpheus was talking about how certain rules can be bent and others can be broken?
Yes.
You're right. Infinity is when you take something that is infinite. What I'm saying is, I really didn't want to get into this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. When you take when something decides that it's going to war with something else and it knows it can't defeat it because it's infinite, it has to figure out another way to defeat it. And another way to defeat it is to bend the rules by taking that being and scattering it and separating it, like dividing it. Let me see if I can think of a
it's creating slivers of infinity.
Yeah. So let's say, for instance, damn, I know there's a movie or something.
But if you were to take a microscope and look at your various cells and go deeper, you would find an inward infinity. Like you would find the exact same thing inside of us as if when we look outside of it. So why there's no really right macrocosm versus macro, and the only thing that is really existing is compression, contraction, and expansion. And so once we understand that everything in the universe is really contracting and expanding, everything that even like the so-called universe, when they call themselves like going out into space and whatever, is really talking about us.
Okay, but you see, here's where the problem comes in with this. The problem comes in with this is you're not acknowledging. See, the problem is sometimes a being or something can be in a cage for so long that they don't think it's a cage anymore. Like you're literally in a cage, like your finite physical body that can age, that can get sick, that can be harmed. That is a cage. That's a jail.
Right, but okay, so like I practice E5, so it talks about the head, the mind, right? So the mind does not have a prison or a jail around it. The mind expands past the skull. The mind is not just within the actual head; it actually expands past it. So therefore,
that's what we're talking about. That's what we're saying.
So are we saying the same exact thing, or
no? What we're saying is the illusion of this physical body, the illusion of this physical world, and this three-dimensional world that's 3 and 4, which is 4 dimensions plus time. That is an illusion. Thus, it's a cage to what your consciousness actually is. As you said, it expands out your brain, but I would go further. Your brain and your body does not have consciousness. Your consciousness has a body. It's the other way around. That is what's eternal. That is what is infinite. That is what's not created or destroyed. That is.
I would argue the opposite.
How is it opposite? Because linear time is an illusion.
No, I would argue that. No, because the mind is the only place that can exist in a quantum physics, right? It's the only place that can exist in the past, present, and future in this realm of consciousness. In our third dimension, Genesis isn't wrong.
Hilbert space is outside of, in quantum physics, Hilbert space is outside of this three-dimensional world. Now we get into Neoplatonism. So the mind is not confined.
Right. It's a quantum. Right. No, I agree. It's a quantum realm.
Mechanical thing. For sure.
Because your mind is not limited by the linear path that we are already on.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm telling her. The fact that we are living in an illusion of linear time is the prison, because that doesn't exist.
But our mind makes it exist, which goes back to what I just said a second ago, which is we are in a prison that we don't even realize we're in. But it gets even deeper than that. It's our mind, because it's infinite, because our subconscious, not our conscious, but our subconscious is infinite. We actually can understand the concept of infinity. We can understand the concept of infinite while simultaneously keeping ourselves in a freaking prison.
Trey, are you there? Are you awake? Trey.
Yeah.
All right, can you play this video right quick? Because this is exactly what, see, before the video with the pa, this is what they were talking about, the exact thing that y'all were talking about.
There's a lot of white people that have actually gone through historic injustices like black people had for different
let me go
ancestors.
Cells exist and they're fake. They got synthetic cells right now that go into the body and can live in your body like normal cells and kill bad cells, but they're synthetic, they're not real. But they put them inside your body. So is your body real or fake?
My body's real.
Then how could synthetic cells run your body?
I mean, they can run them. They can be. They're symbiotic. I don't fucking know, man. How there's no synthetic cells in my body.
That's your mic.
This is Sean Kelly's mic that he's so graciously letting me use to talk shit to you.
You got a house?
Yeah.
That's your house?
I mean, yeah. government.
You got a car?
Yeah.
It's your car?
Yes.
You call it my car?
I do.
It's just a possession. You can lose it at any moment. Like your body is just a possession, right? You don't own shit here because this is a prison. Everything is owned by the prison.
We got put here then?
It's no
what
here.
Did I do to
There's no here. Listen, if it was a here, then you would have a location. You could say where we at.
Have a location.
No, no location because can you tell me where we at? No one can tell me where we at, right? It's not a location. This is not a location, right? If this was a location, then somebody can go above the, the universe and look down and say we're here. But no one can do that. No one can tell you the coordinates of Earth because no one knows. Because I'm telling you, it's not a location, right? There's no way you can get through it through miles, right? It's determined by your decision. We live in multiple realities all at the same time.
What happened back from evolution? Cavemen, they're all on prison planet as well?
What do you mean? It's still happening now. Listen, even when you look at the star, you're seeing the star dead. So every planet that you see dead according to your human eyes. If you're using your human eyes.
Star.
So your human eyes are flawed.
It just takes the light while to get here.
Then
right?
it's flawed. If you can't see it as the now, then it's flawed. Then your human eyes are flawed. Right? But you believe in a God or something like that?
Yeah.
The Bible?
Yeah.
Well, the Bible said that we in a prison planet because the Bible talks about the firmament.
And the Bible says all kind of shit that's bonkers.
But you said you believed in it. So why would you?
I mean, sure.
Of course, yeah, belief is what man thinks is true. So of course you don't know.
Okay.
There's no way you can know if you hold belief.
You've had your dick sucked?
Listen, I'm not. Do you want to suck my dick?
No. Have you ever on a hot day had like a cold glass of iced tea after you've been sweating all day?
Listen, I'm gonna say this.
This just don't feel like.
I don't really want to talk. Iced tea is a mistake.
There we go.
Okay, so
this is crazy.
So
he's talking about the Gnostic understanding of that we are in a prison, right? You just talk about the prison of the body. He says the planet itself.
He's not necessarily saying the same thing I'm saying.
He's talking about the pleroma and all that stuff. So like that's the Gnostic teaching. So are you speaking of Gnosticism?
Yeah, but that's watered down though. Like
not saying the same thing that I'm saying at all. Like there was a couple of things he said in there that was kind of true, but he's all over the place.
Right.
Like he's all over the place. So when he's talking about a prison, he's talking about this actual. He's talking about the physical land that the landmass that we're on. He's talking about planet Earth. What I'm talking about,
he's about the body as well. If you actually listen further, he'll talk about your body's a prison.
Body is still physical. See, you don't listen. People just be waiting to respond.
Yeah, you gotta listen. Hear them out. Let's get each other out.
I'm not talking about the physical body. I'm not talking about this physical realm that we call Earth. I'm talking about the astro. I'm talking about the infinite possibility is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that your mind created a freaking prison where it has to your essence has to exist inside of this container. And the container is actually your consciousness.
It's Plato's cave theory of the quantum mind.
Yeah, like
tea was created like this. They came over with hot tea. Listen, they came over with hot tea and it was so hot, and he made it by fucking mistake. Iced tea is a mistake. It was hot tea first. Not for real. It's a mistake. So a lot of times mistakes be good for people, right? Did your AI fact check that, nigga? I guarantee you go, yeah. It's a mistake. All right? And AI know that because AI can they can watch this history. They can kind of like see what's going on.
You
but a lot
said that couldn't taste shit.
It's a mistake. What is taste? You can't taste in your dream.
What is the dream thing? We're not in a dream, are we? Is this a dream?
You tell me. What's the difference between this reality and the reality in your mind? I suggest this whole reality come from you. I suggest that you playing every character here right now. I suggest no one here outside of you.
I'm creating all these characters.
Yeah.
Oh,
and listen, right now, Sean, say something.
Yo.
Now you say what he just said in your head in his voice.
Hold on, what am I doing?
You say what he just said in your head in his voice.
Not out loud though.
No, in your head, in his voice.
Yeah, this is what I mean.
Okay.
Did it work?
What do you mean? Did it work?
Did you hear his voice in your head?
Yeah.
You created his voice.
I mean, I remembered it.
You created it from the start.
From the start. Hear it, I couldn't have redone it.
Look, from the start, you created it. You couldn't hear it unless you created it, right? But you don't see that. You think that this earth exists with just you solely, but you don't exist inside your body. Right now, you know where I'm at?
Hey, can you pause it?
Do you know where I'm at right now? Do you know where I'm at?
I couldn't hear you, stupid nigga. The fuck?
Exactly.
You ain't saying I heard when you said it loud enough. I can hear you. God damn it.
Exactly.
The fuck? Don't be talking to me stupid, because I'll talk right back to you crazy.
You think this ignorant nigga on the
Man,
screen?
I don't think nothing. I'm playing it, and for
You
content,
think this
I
ignorant
don't
nigga
think
on the
nothing.
screen?
I think it's a talking
You
point.
thought this shit was
I thought it was a
thought
talking point and something, a subject to talk about.
You thought this stupid.
I thought that it was a subject and something to
You
talk
thought
about.
that dumb shit he
Don't
said
tell
was
me what I think. You don't know what I think,
What he
nigga.
said wasn't deep.
Okay, I didn't. Listen, are you saying the same shit he's saying?
No, I'm not.
What are you saying that's
You ain't
different? God damn
listening.
it.
You
Okay,
ain't listening.
fine. But all right, but don't come at me like that, bro.
You ain't listening.
You ain't gotta like.
Come at
I
you
don't-
like
don't
what
do
I
that
said.
with you.
Pause it.
I don't listen. I couldn't hear you, nigga.
Okay. In what?
The
What?
fuck,
where
bro?
was
Like,
an
no, you
insult
ain't gotta
and
like
pause
talk
it?
to me crazy.
Where
You
was
don't have
an
to talk to
insult
me
and
like
pause
that,
it?
bro.
Where was
I-
the
listen,
insult and pause it?
I paused it. It's
Hey,
paused.
Harwin, let me ask you a question, bro. When I said pause it and she didn't hear, and I said pause it louder, did I say pause it, bitch? Did I say pause?
No, you know the way that you ain't gotta. No, you say hey pause. You ain't gotta. I can tell the difference. No, I can tell you ain't have to say bitch. You pretty much that's what you meant.
In that?
Man, whatever, bro. Whatever. Just go ahead. Say what you gonna say. Make your point, bro. Make your point.
No, it wasn't.
Make your point. It's okay. It's all good, bro. It's all good.
It's all over the place.
It's okay, sir. It's okay.
And that's what happens. This nigga that's on the
okay.
screen right here is all over the place. And that's what happens when niggas is on the internet consuming a bunch of various information from various sources and they don't have any full comprehension of what they're talking about. He's all over the place right now, and it's really frustrating to listen to because there's little bits and pieces of truth in there, but most of it is it's so contrived and just
garbage. That's the word.
All right, so can I just say this is that yeah, it got real crazy. Like, I'm not gonna listen to somebody holler at me. I'm sorry. Now there's a way he gonna say, "Hey, can you pause it?" I'm not sure if you heard me, but the way he did it, he thought that I was agreeing, and I'm up here like, just caping for the what's being said. Like, you think that what he's saying is something, and you trying to keep playing it. Like, no, I was just trying to get to the point where he describes and makes the whole point. And then he wanted to like cut in the middle of it. And I'm like, okay, I didn't even hear him say, could you pause it? Can you pause it? Because I'm hearing, because he's talking, 607 is talking the whole time. They're having a dialogue. So he's like, hey, can you pause it right here? Couldn't hear him. So instead of him understanding, I probably can't hear him because there's a whole dialogue going on. He gets all bent out of shape about it. So anyway, but the thing is, he wanted to pause it so he can like say his whatever he got to say. Let's go.
You said what?
Angryman, garbage. He's just talking to hear his voice.
Yeah.
Half the shit he said didn't even make sense.
Because one thing he said that there's a little bit of a conversation to be had there. When he said to the white guy that there's a possibility that you're playing every role here. Right. Yeah. In other words, from the white guy's mind, everybody that's in there is just basically a projection of his mind or whatever. But the only problem with that is the brother was talking at the time. So really, technically, nigga, the white guy would be a projection of your mind. So it's like
both are true.
Like, so it's
both are
bits
true.
And pieces of stuff in there that could be a deep conversation to be had about it. But he's just jumping from one place to another, and it's like hard to like make sense of everything he's saying. It's like, bro,
what's hard to make sense of what he said? What is so hard about that? That listen, you heard my voice in your mind. You created that voice because you just heard it, and I didn't say it. I said it. You heard it again in your mind, and then you heard it again in your mind. So you created that voice you heard in your mind. because you're able to play it back. So all these things that are happening, we can just play it back in our own mind, our own voice, like it's really happening. I could go through a whole conversation what I had with a person, like I argue with him, and I could be like, man, I should have said this, I should have said that. Why does that exist? It's because that our minds have the ability to recreate a situation. All he's saying is that you created that. But people are saying, oh, it ain't exactly what he's saying, because people want to feel like they're smarter than other people. That's what it really boils down to.
You got to stick to something. Jesus Christ. But no, he's not. What he's saying is not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying. What I was saying
agree and disagree.
We as quote unquote human beings, before we even get to the container of the physical body, right?
And let me just say this before he gets his philosophy out there, because and I apologize for even raising my voice and getting upset. It was late and I had already been on there for some time, and my patience runs thin, especially when I've been there for some time, and then this guy's hollering. He just got there. He fresh. I've been there for some hours. You know what I'm saying? So my little thing was thin. Like I was like, man, what? Don't be yelling at me early in the morning. It's what you know what I'm saying? It's like 3:00 in the morning. Don't be hollering at me. So excuse me for like kind of getting kind of hood and ghetto with that. Sorry about that.
It's layers to it. So when we look at the physical world, when we look at the physical body, what I'm saying is before you even get to that, there's already a cage or a container that is around your psyche. It's like if you were in the infinite void and you could see everything in the infinite void, right? But your mind was inside of a three-dimensional cage. And inside that three-dimensional cage, there's no floor. It's just bars. You can see everything. You can see everything. Some things you can see up close. Some things it's a little further away. It's hard to distinguish. So you have the ability to see everything, but you're still in the damn cage. You can't affect things the way you would if you weren't in the cage. That's the point I'm trying to make. It ain't got nothing. It has nothing to do with the physical body as much as it has to do with the psyche, the consciousness.
Angryman, it's layered filter, is what you're saying. So we can't see the infinite because the cage puts a filter, and every time we try to transcend past it, there's another filter, i.e. the cage that you're talking about. We can't even process what's going on because that filter won't allow it.
Yeah, but also with the caveat that we know that we're in the infinite. That's the problem. The problem is it's kind of like, think about it like this. Right now outside, you got all kinds of animals running around, right? With physical bodies, whatever, right? But they have the benefit of
exactly white flag. I'm glad. I mean, I wish he was here to even break that down a little further. I put the link in the chat. Anybody that wants to come up, it's an open panel, but let's go.
Not understanding that one day they're gonna die. You feel me? They're just living. They're just living, and they're living off of instinct or whatever. Like as humans, that's how I know we're completely different creatures, because we have the ability to understand our own mortality. These other creatures don't.
How do we know that?
Well, elephants and dolphins.
How do you know that these creatures don't know that they're gonna die? Give me like some definite proof that tells
to the
you.
rule, right? Genesis, like creatures evolving like everything else, but for the most part, I think the point he's making is their level of everything has consciousness in it, because all things is made of it. But their level of consciousness is not to ours. But there are certain animals like elephants that mourn the dead.
Whales.
That's why I said dolphins.
Whales don't have a sense of self.
How do you know that?
But dolphins
because whales cannot see.
Have you ever been a whale?
Dolphins can't. I didn't
say dolphins. I said whales.
Wait, you ask a specific question. I'm gonna answer.
We can't talk at the same time, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Watch. You go, and then Genesis go after Watch.
Genesis. Whales cannot recognize their own self-reflection. They do not have a sense of self. And they tested this by putting mirrors. A whale will remember its reflection, but not acknowledge that it was it.
I think that anything that before you don't, kids don't even recognize it initially. Any animal initially. And then they get around it. Oh, okay, that's me. I mean, even dogs, after a while, the first they're like, oh, what, they barking back at their own self. And finally realize, oh, that's me barking. But if you've never seen a mirror before, you would never know it. So you're in the ocean and you're telling me that this thing is in the ocean that have never seen a mirror before, doesn't recognize its self-reflection. So that means it doesn't understand who itself is. That's not a measure of anything. What are we talking about? A mirror is a man-made thing. That's not something that you do have reflective surfaces and stuff like that. But I mean, like in the ocean, I'm not sure if there are like stones or rocks or whatever that have a mirror-like effect that they know, okay. But if we take something that's man-made, put it into the ocean and say, oh, that's a quantifying thing because it doesn't recognize its own reflection, which has never been introduced to it, by the way. That does not mean that it is not self-aware. It just means it's never been introduced to a mirror before. What the all right, so critical thing. There are creatures. I'm gonna start reading these. There are creatures that pass down awareness through lineage. Some bugs, once they experience a danger from a circumstance, the rest of the lineage learns and retains it. Thank you very much. Facts. Genesis, thank you. So a lot of times, see what happens is when they believe in the Bible, it makes people think that they are just so above everything and everything is just dumb beneath them. That is not. I mean. That's why, when you into like the more nature-based traditions, we don't believe that we're above all of everything on this land. So there, we don't like look down on things and say, well, these things are not even aware of their own consciousness. They're going to find like there's no way to prove that. If you ain't never been a whale before, you don't know how whales move. I'm not sure. Okay. So I'm not sure what white flag. I'm sorry. I got to like go and look deeper into what you're saying. Fornius, the whale-like demon from the Lesser Key of Solomon, is named Fornius. He is listed as the 13th spirit of the Ars Goetia. He rules over 21 spirits drawn partially from the Order of Thrones and partially from angels. Interesting. So I'm not sure what book that's in. I don't know about that, but that's an interesting take. I never heard of that before. Let's go.
It would see it as another creature. That's a common trait between a lot of animals, with the exception
including
of
humans
and dolphins.
Yeah, dolphins can, but whales are related to dolphins. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, but here's the thing: dolphins. Matter of fact, I'm not going to do that because we don't.
Yeah, don't go there yet. Go ahead.
Do you know there's people? There's a thing called an imposter syndrome where actual people don't even have a sense of self. Like, so there's actual individuals that when they look at the mirror, they don't even see themselves as they are.
But they still recognize that they exist as a separate being from the illusion of being the one. Is correct.
So, but here's the thing. I said, do whales have a sense of self? It says yes. Scientific evidence overwhelmingly indicates that whales are self-aware. They possess complex brain structures, exhibit advanced social cultures, and even recognize themselves in mirrors. Whales, which include dolphins and porpoises, display multiple markers of high-level consciousness and self-awareness, self-recognition, etc. So, someone just said that.
I said it. Right, it was me who said it because they did the experiment with blue whales, killer whales, and not orcas. Some kind of gray whale, right? And each of them, when they did the mirror test. They recognized the mirror as a threat because they saw it as a different creature. It wasn't but again, dolphins, which are whales by definition, mammalian fish, do not have that same level of recognition. They understand that their reflection was them. That's the only thing I'm trying to explain.
Okay, but what study did you look at? And since then, has things changed?
The point that I'm trying to make is this. This is the point that I'm trying to make. So I brought up squirrels, not dolphins, not whales. That's a whole different story.
He didn't bring up squirrels. That's a new thing.
But even if we're talking about that, the question still remains the same. Do dolphins and whales, do they have a philosophy? Do they view the world from a philosophical standpoint? Do they know that at some point their life is going to come to an end?
I would say that they do, but these are exceptions to the rule. I still agree.
Listen, if something dies in front of you that is also a whale, don't you think that whale is gonna like see another whale die and know that, oh, okay, things die? I mean, things live and die in the ocean all the time. Of course they know that things come to an end. What are you talking about? You see how I'm saying? And how would we know? But no, how we know is because things die. So if something dies in front of you, you have to know, okay, that thing died, and I might die one day too. Come on, bro. Let's stop. They mourn. Exactly. Think this dumb questions, craziness. Let's go.
To a greater point.
I would say this is that, when you get into whales, it's a whole nother stuff. Because let me tell you why. Because water creatures are a very intricate phenomenon. That's the reason why you can't go into the water and get to like fooling around with them. That's why there's huge fines with that. Because even down to like if someone fools with a whale, they will get their whole entire thing, and they will make a sound and get all them whales to attack a boat. So they might not have a philosophy, but they have a community that when they say, "Hey, this person hurt one of our people," they will come after that boat.
Okay, but that's not okay.
Elephants.
So
Elephants.
That's not. Here's the thing. I'm not saying they don't have a community. That is common amongst a lot of animals. Okay, if you start attacking specific animals or whatever, they can keep a memory. In fact, with ravens.
So that wouldn't that be a philosophy or some type of a thing that, hey, you killed my people and I'm mad and we're gonna go after you? Like, why would they go after you if they didn't have no philosophy? Somebody get killed, whatever, no big deal. Let me just keep on living my life. But no, they get together like so and so killed John the whale over here, and they will go and honey, send out all kind of signals underneath the water, and honey, all them whales from far and wide will come and go attack that boat. So that means that they not happy about you killing their loved one, okay? And it's different, I mean, so that whole notion that these animals don't have any kind of philosophy is wrong. I think that animals do have a philosophy. We might not know how to communicate with them to find out what that philosophy is, but I'm not going to sit up here and pretend like I'm so above animal that we have this deeper way because we can put the computers together and stuff like that. But they're living in the earth and of the earth, and that they just are just out here, just don't have no philosophy. They don't have any kind of community or nothing like that, or a way of thinking that we don't even understand how they think or how they communicate. And we have never spoke whale long enough to, I mean, they're trying to use AI to do this type of stuff, but they have to get advanced computers and all type of different things to understand the clicks and all the different things, languages of these mammals, by the way. Anyways, let's go.
Ravens, their memory of you attacking them actually passes down genetically to their children. So
it's genetic.
Yeah, that's a thing, right? But
if they attack you back, is it a philosophy? Hold on, good point. A whale will go out of its way just to save a human. Why would it do that? Why would it save something if it doesn't have a philosophy of saving something? If it thinks it's in danger, right? So like we need to like change our way of thinking about animals. That's why, and that's why when we think of animals as these dumb creatures, then we could kill them a lot easier. Let's go.
That'd be epigenetic.
That's not what I'm talking about.
What is a philosophy? What does philosophy mean?
What I'm talking about is when you look at these creatures separate from us, right? Do they have the thing, the mechanism that is inside of us that I would call godly, the thing that makes us make art? You see what I'm saying? The thing that makes us do certain things that are not necessities, but they're just a manifestation of creative. You understand?
High philosophy. You can call anything.
I'm gonna say this is that us looking down on the ant colony could say that they don't have no art.
1 second,
but then I'm gonna say this. You know that they had whales that they were saying they were actually having fashion, putting like seaweed on their head and like going like they had their own little fashion stuff going on. Like certain whales would put little seaweed on their head, like dress it up. You know, they had their own little styles in the whale community. Do you know that exists? That there was a such thing as that? So, like, we talking about art. Well, okay, to them, put some seaweed on the head. Okay, that's cute. So, we don't know what they doing down underneath the ground, in the water somewhere. Because I saw that thing and I thought it was kind of crazy. So that they're putting this seaweed on their head, and different whales that's their new the new little style right there for the whales. People need to since we think so highly of ourselves as a human. This book made us think that we are the rulers of everything, and we dominate everything, and we're the top. And so it makes us, like I said, it makes it easier to be able to offer these creatures to think that they don't have any art, philosophy, this, that, the other. They don't have any feelings or anything. They just are just living and existing. So therefore, it's easier to just take these things for granted that live on this earth. These other creatures and animals that God created. The thing that makes us make art is only what makes us a species, you know. Okay. Well, I gotta find that article where the whales was putting on like seaweed on their head, like little fashion, little style that they had made up in the water. They had their whale outfits on, little whale fashion going on. Come on, y'all. Alien species looking at us will say that we ain't doing shit. So I don't know. Let me go back to what I said.
What is the dream thing? We're not in a dream, are we? Is it
this by putting mirrors
on the ant colony? Could say that they don't have no art. Even down to like if someone fools with a whale, they will get their whole entire thing, and they will make a sound and get all them whales to attack a boat. So I'm trying to get to the ant colony. On the ant colony could say that they don't have no art. So I said we can look down onto an ant colony and say that they don't have no art, they don't have no this, but we see ant colonies are very organized. But you know, us looking down on it, we'll say, "Oh, look at them! They're just ants. Nothing. Crush the whole colony." But honey, they know how to organize. They know how to get their food. They know how to get like the bigger ant to open up holes and stuff. They got all these different ants that know what their functions are. But to us, because we can't understand what they're saying, they're nothing, right? Far be it an alien species come down and look down on us and say we ain't nothing. So we got to cut that out. Let's go. But then an alien species looking down on us will say that we ain't doing shit. So I don't know. Depending on what level you're looking down on. But if you're not on the level of it.
But Genesis, that's a good point, right? I will agree that dolphins do have a philosophy, and I can prove that. But the greater point that Angryman is proving is that it's not at the same level of consciousness. Just like I'm gonna use your own point to what you just said, aliens looking down on us from other dimensions, like look at these little primitive people. And we have a level of consciousness, right? But these interdimensional beings or angels, whatever you want to call them, gods, deities, would you agree that their level of consciousness is higher than ours?
It's higher, but that does not mean that we don't possess one.
Right.
It just means that we have a different level of it.
That's my position too. But I think that his greater point is that it's not at the level of ours.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
and here's the other thing.
I would say we don't know that until we're able to.
Hold on. And here's the other thing too. When you bring up aliens and you say, "Well, look at the aliens quite possibly look at us," you know what I think the aliens look at us as? The same way we look at somebody that's in a prison. We want them in that prison because they're dangerous.
Man, listen, White Flag, I wish you could come up here and say this stuff because, you know, I'm trying to like read what you're saying and still do the video. Come up. You ain't got to show your face. You could just like, you know what I'm saying? But you're right. Everything you're saying is on point, bro. Let me read because he's saying so many things. Okay, let's go. He said there's a video where a seal jumps on a boat and a killer whale is chasing it. The killer whale looks of that human and makes the little sound that killer whales make. And when that human says no, the whale swim away. How does the whale know what no means if it's never even interacted with a human before? Dolphins are extremely mean. Dolphins will get their food and play volleyball with it while it's alive. Okay, when we don't need to be looking into space for aliens. Have you seen what lives in the bottom of the ocean? The little bit that we have seen. Okay, he's going in. There's literally a puffer fish that walks on the feet and glows in the dark and is poisonous on the bottom of the ocean. And it has a human looking face. I mean, what is that? Exactly. And here's the weirdest thing. The dang octopus is the smartest thing in the ocean. Exactly. Yes, exactly. Okay, you working, but okay, you know, so I gotta try to like keep up what you're saying and what they saying. So let's go.
It's true too.
You feel me? So like, I don't think they look at us like, oh, look at these primitive beings. I think they look at us like, yo, if they really knew what time it was, we'd be in trouble. So
they primitive.
Yeah, that's how I look at it, right? But when it comes to dolphins, like, I really don't want to get into the dolphin thing. Let's get off of the dolphins. We can't even prove
dolphins, like, monkeys, all that stuff. Like they're
dolphins.
We can't speak any of their language to like be able to say.
Dolphins. I disagree, Genesis.
Not even sure. I'm not even sure dolphins are even from here, bro.
They not.
Didn't they have like dolphins like creating like let's go. I will say something crazy.
This is why he keeps
I heard a story about a guy that actually was.
This is why I don't want to have.
Didn't they say that they brought a dude underneath the ground and made him build a city underneath the water or something crazy?
That's why right there.
That's a whole other can of worms.
Here's the thing.
Y'all don't want to have that conversation about these dolphins. Leave it alone, because y'all gonna be thinking we crazy up here. I'm telling you.
Hey, Harwood.
I know, I really get to talking about it. Like, but didn't he like take a dude down into the
realize.
Man, listen, I think so too. Because listen, half of these like sea creatures have lived way longer than us humans and still alive in the water. I think that there's sea creatures in the ocean that have lived since before Adam and Eve and still alive. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? What's up? You know, I'm just doing a review. If you want to come up and you got something to say, please feel free to. But I'm saying that I believe that if you ever seen, I think it's called 3-Story Problem. It talked about like it showed like what it would look like if the oceans had like receded, right? And honey, they said like it's showing crabs that are enormous. We see the little crabs that actually we can see, honey. It was showing crabs that were just gigantic. Okay, like so we have no idea. Sea turtles live over 200 years exactly. So what do we look like trying to tell somebody about the ocean and no, we more advanced than them because we have philosophy? You don't think there's something that live in the water over the hundreds of thousands of years have philosophy? Are you kidding me? We as human beings get so we get these books and stuff and we just think we know everything, honey. We don't know nothing. Let's go.
I'm not trying to shut her down.
Name Chad or something like that.
Because look, here's the thing. I really want to have that conversation. We just can't have it here. You know what I'm saying?
Let's do this, y'all. Let's do this.
My tinfoil.
It'd have to be in the back check. It'd have to be in the back check.
My whole tinfoil hat is all the way on.
Let's do this. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all want us to go down that rabbit hole.
Wait, are we going to limit it to dolphins? Or are we going into octopus and you know?
Even worse, anything in the water is crazy.
The dolphins is different, G. If
y'all the squid.
Put a 1 in the chat.
I heard the squid could be gigantic. I'm not sure if it's as smart of an octopus, but I think that they had the giant squid is even more like crazy. Like when you go into its mental, like come on now. That's the reason why Avatar. You notice that they're talking about water beings. The last Avatar. That when they talk about Avatar, they're talking about like these beings in the ocean and being and people that was really in tune with the earth knew how to communicate with these things and all this stuff because they had respect for it. See, when you have a doctrine that makes you be the hierarchy, the highest thing on the earth, then you have no respect for all these things that existed way longer than you. How can you sit there and think that something that has existed way longer than you has no philosophy, no art, no nothing? Because you could like scribble on some thing or painting. Child, you listen. I would rather say I don't know than to say I know something that I don't know, and I ain't been here long enough or longer than these creatures have existed. Let's go. Stop it, bro.
Yeah, I think at this point, when it comes to the octopus, I think at this point we know for a fact they're not from this planet.
The squid?
Yeah, they not from.
Come on now.
No, the octopus is different. The squid.
Man, listen. All that stuff is wild as hell.
We got two ones in the chat. Y'all want to really go into because Genesis, when you said that we don't understand their language, I can show you different. I'm gonna say this. Put a one in the chat. Y'all want us to go into the dolphins. I'm gonna say this though. Genesis, what the oldest language is on the planet? You know how they're spoken?
Telekinesis.
Listen, we talk about spoken.
Spoken?
No, it was in clicks.
For Sumerian? Like
clicks.
All right, but okay, South Africa. Right.
Okay, so when they get doing things like when they start doing stuff like
Yep.
Mm-hmm. We gonna go if they keep putting ones in the chat. I'm gonna show you that the dolphins be getting talked to.
See, I know where you're going with that, but do you remember the experiment they did back in 16 where they actually translated and they proved that they did translate exactly what was said based on the pattern of the clicking? It showed that the dolphins had the ability to have functional communication with creatures outside of itself.
But did you see the one thing where the dolphin actually took the dude and fell in love with the dude that was like his trainer or whatever, and took him down to the bottom of the thing and was trying to make love to him and killed him and everything? Like,
dolphins are super. Dolphins are super. Yeah.
And they be raping people and all type of stuff.
We'll be in trouble.
I'm sorry, draping women, like all those people that be doing like
it's 102 people watching. There's only 5 ones in the chat.
Okay, well maybe we shouldn't talk about it. But I'm just saying that I've been down so many rabbit holes of all this crazy stuff. Like, trust me.
Okay, but you can't talk about every rabbit hole on YouTube. They're tripping about that shit.
Right. So okay, I get it. Man, listen. Listen. These animals do have telekinesis. I'm sorry. I mean, I think dogs, because you know when the dog is hungry, what's he gonna do? Is he gonna say, "Whoa, give me some food"? It's going to sit right there and look at you with a certain eyes and stare at your ass until you give it some food, and it's gonna look at you a certain way and keep staring, and eventually you're gonna say, "Okay, here." And listen, let it keep. Man, you'll get irritated. Like, God damn, here's some food. Here's my plate of food I'm eating. You know, dogs know how to do telekinesis. Cats, they got little telekinesis stuff too that they do. Listen, I've seen a cat. The guy, every time a guy would talk, he would put the cat would put its paw on his mouth and say meow, like it was telling him to shut up. And it was going, doing this little purr thing, and I guess massaging and stuff. He probably got something wrong. He probably need to go to the doctor and find out why the cat is rubbing his stomach like that. Because I believe, and then another thing, have you noticed cats? Listen, let me tell you something. When a person is pregnant, you'll see a bunch of cats around their house out of nowhere. When I was pregnant, I saw all these cats around my house. That's a lot of times you could tell because cats, for some reason, start coming to a person's house when they're pregnant. That's another thing. It's but when you don't look like you're above that, you pay attention to stuff like this. What's even more wild is the evidence we have of the plants when we have a negative thinking versus positive thinking around your plants. That's even crazy. Yes, I have a plant right here that will when I get to like in a sad mood, my plant will start dying and everything. I gotta come up in here, put some water on it, because it's sitting over there. It's not even a watering plant. But if I'm over here mad or sad, the plant will get to dying, and then I gotta you know what I'm saying? So yeah, all animals have its own language to speak. People do not listen to or pay it exactly. and they also can communicate with you telepathically, but people they miss it. I see more people on TikTok, you know, especially like the white community. There's like these white women that know how to communicate with cats, and will give you a whole rundown of how the cat feels and everything. And I don't think that's a fake thing. I believe they really are communicating with those cats. You know, now there are some people that's being just weird, but let's go. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Well, yeah,
maybe I'll bring you on my channel.
Legal. There's a reason.
I'm down to talk about all that. I don't care if I get like whatever. I'm like, because I'm already shadow banned, so I don't care.
Okay, but you got to care about Trey's
panel.
No, what I said, you can come on my channel. Listen, I said that if you want to come to my channel and we can talk about it, but I'm already. It doesn't mean we gotta talk about it now.
You gotta beware your words like grape and unalive.
Right. I'm sorry. My bad. I corrected myself right after I did it.
Yeah, no, you good. You good. We all make players fuck up.
Yeah. So.
But you know, that's it. The last thing I'll say about it, so we can move on, is there's a reason why it's illegal for you to interact with them.
Hello.
There's a reason.
Especially the whales, the orcas. Yes.
Yeah, there's a reason.
And not only the orcas, but the
orca is a dolphin.
No, orca and dolphin are technically different genus.
Orca's a whale.
No,
they're
orca
different
is a killer
genus.
whale. They're y'all want to do this?
Orca is a killer whale. Wait, in orca.
So I was wrong about that. Orcas are killer dolphins. Let's go.
According to the zodiac sign.
Let's go. So we're gonna get back into 607. Because I really agree with what he's saying, but you know, a lot of times, you know, it becomes like a de-measuring contest about who got who. Like, oh no, I corrected myself right after I did it.
Yeah, no, you good. You good. We all make players fuck up.
Yeah. So.
But you know, that's it. The last thing I'll say about it, so we can move on, is there's a reason why it's illegal for you to interact with them.
Oh man, thank you, White Flag. Hello. Before we get into it, I'm gonna go ahead. Thank you, White Flag. I'm gonna celebrate you for that $5 super chat. Listen, sometimes people just be watching and nobody give me no love on the money tip, and so I appreciate that. I appreciate your contribution. Shout out to you.
To make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money move. Piggy bank on food, and I'm living life abundant. I'm making money fast. I'm a money making magnet, making cold hard cash. I'm making money. Oh, I am blessed.
Yes, I do play the money mantra when you do give a donation. I play that. I think it's a great mantra. It actually came from Reverend Ike, money making money, right? And it's good to have a mantra. You play a song and that gets you in the mindset and puts your mind in a money making thing. A lot of time right now, money is tight. So you need to have a song that'll help you kind of like think of money and stuff like that and singing it every day. And then that will attract that to you. So I don't mind playing that. When people like giving money, I say, hey, not only are you going to give it to me, but I'm also going to give you a mantra that's going to bring it right back to you. So shouts out. Thank you, White Flag Victim. I appreciate you. All right. Now, I won't say any names, but a couple of days ago when Miss, you know what, who, I just shocked that there are people that are that unhappy and mean. I'm not sure what we're talking about with Miss who I don't know what you're talking about. So, but let's keep the show going. Let's go.
There's a reason.
Especially the whales, the orcas. Yes.
Yeah, there's a reason.
And not only the orcas, but the
orca is a dolphin.
No, orca and dolphin are technically different genus.
Orca's a whale.
No,
they're
orca
different
is a killer
genus.
whale.
Y'all
want to do this?
Orca is a killer whale. Wait, an orca is a killer whale, man.
Orca is a Orca
No, orca is not a porpoise.
Oh my god.
By actual
Orca is a
definition.
dolphin, bro.
Yeah, orcas are kind of like they got
There are different dolphins.
Yeah, they got pretty much the same. They have nothing of a whale
No,
at
they
all.
only call killer whales because they kill whales. People think because they called it that they are whales.
Probably, I
They are
believe so
not.
too. I believe so
they,
too.
They don't have nothing of whales in them. Period.
Yeah, like you know, people.
Okay, so they are,
listen,
you know-
people that are like thinking lowly, and I gotta like focus on this myself because I did get a little bit irate in this thing at a certain point too because I was tired. I mean, I still like kind of when he said, "Get on," like hold on, because I get triggered by yelling because I grew up with a holler, like a lot of like yelling, so I get really triggered if somebody's yelling at me. It makes me snap. So like I can't take a lot of holler and yelling, you know. But you know, we have to understand what our issues are and what our triggers are, you know. So I can admit when I'm like I might be a little bit reactive when a person is raising their voice at me. But you know, that's the main thing, you know. People want to like say whatever about my body shape and my body type, or you're fat, or you're this, that, the other. But no one is in the doctors with me when I'm taking this levoxythyrazine or whatever the heck they want me to take, and all your, you know, the reason why everything's jacked up is because you're not taking these thyroid pills, you know. But you got to take them for once you start taking them, you got to take them for the rest of your life. And so I'm kind of scared to start taking them because I'm like, dude, I'm not good at taking pills. So that's what's going on. Let's get into that she was talking about my body. Who cares? You know, I'm happy. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing the best I can. I'm trying to find other remedies to that stuff, but let's go. So I looked it up. They are dolphins. All right.
I know they're dolphins. I know animals better than I know that Egyptian shit. They are dolphins. They just a big.
You know what? I'm gonna apologize to you. I'm gonna apologize to you. I'm actually out of pocket for that one, then.
It's all good.
I'm everywhere. Everywhere here is me now, right? Because I can't see my face.
But I've created you.
Oh no, I'm everywhere. I'm everywhere. I can't be created or
but
destroyed.
you can see them on the screens.
Oh no, see, I don't think I'm saying the screen is a different reality. They tell you that's virtual reality. What kind of reality is that? What they call it?
Hey,
Metaverse?
pause there.
That's a different kind of. That's a different world. Yeah. See, we live in worlds.
The problem with bruh, like the more he makes sense, the more he be all over the fucking place.
I told you.
Like some of that shit I don't know. I've heard of him before. And he done said some shit that made me like, damn, he got a point. And then in the same sentence would say some stupid shit. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck is you talking about? You had me. Now he just lost me, bro.
Because everybody, look, you know what that phenomenon is right there? This is what I call that phenomenon. I'm a firm believer that each one of us have an individual consciousness, but we all share the subconscious, right? So he's able to tap into knowledge. So it's like if somebody put a funnel on you and he can get little bits and pieces of like some supreme wisdom, but then it's still tangled up with his bullshit. That's what that is, bro.
It's like he's trying to use the knowledge he's realizing and warping into his own perspective.
Yeah, basically.
But the main thing I was trying to show is that because Nethernet, when they came up here, they were saying that they were having a whole debate prior to the whole debate with the pa and that lady. So this is the debate they had prior to. So that's what I'm really trying to show is that like they had a whole back and forth, and this was the debate prior to the debate with the pa.
No.
Just yeah.
But even then, like he gotta what we do on the panel, like niggas, he moves the goalpost on his own. I thought I talk chaotic, man. Y'all, god damn.
Inside of worlds. So I don't think you understand. You think you just live in one, but it's multiple realities, right? You gotta know how to live in all of them. I take you to the hood, they're gonna think you the dolphin or police. There's no other choice for you. I'm keeping it real. There's no other choice. Like they can't determine.
You can do both, I guess.
No, you either one or the other because based on their perception, that's all you can be.
So what happens at death then? If in the prison planet,
there is no death.
So we're stuck in prison forever.
We're stuck inside what they call. How can I say it? Should I tell them? No, we stuck inside God. Well, that's what you want to call it. The energy. We're stuck inside what you call God. Some people call it Allah, Jesus, Buddhist, Confucius. They got different names for it. But we stuck inside it.
But
whatever
you say
the fuck
stuck.
Yeah, stuck.
So then what's outside of that? What is outside the prison planet?
There's nothing outside of this. Listen, all right, so it tell you this. It say when it said in the Bible, God created heaven, it say he created heaven and he stayed in heaven. It say he created this shit and he stayed here. It never said he's outside of this. There's no outside of the universe. Everybody tell you this. There's no outside of the universe. You can't go outside of it because there's no outside. It's only inside.
So is Mars a prison planet? Like, is everything prison?
What do you mean?
I'm saying, do you believe in other planets, or that's bullshit too?
I'm gonna say this. Only time you
don't
worry
touch
about
that.
You say pause it or
Yeah, pause it for 1 second. Yeah, I disagree that you can't go outside the universe because evil Morty created a portal that actually took him outside of the universe. I just want to say that.
No, not only that, the Philadelphia experiment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Y'all, hey, you watched it? You read that? You saw that?
I saw what?
The Philadelphia experiment.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I know about it because I'm reading the documentation.
Yeah, like hey, that shit'll blow your fucking mind.
Yeah,
I mean, that's why these. Oh, go ahead, Angryman.
It's a crazy prospect, though, to say that you can't go outside of the universe, but you can go outside of the universe if there's multiple universes.
I think what he mean is modern technology hasn't figured out how to do it at will.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, or has it?
No, they haven't.
You don't think
they have? It's called Project Looking Glass.
No,
Project Looking Glass.
Some aliens would have showed up already. Like, hold up.
Project Looking Glass already showed exactly what was going to happen.
Hey,
the reason, how did they get like this actual thing to actually look into the future called Project Looking Glass? They got it from outside the universe.
Yeah, but I think Project Looking Glass only gives them the ability to see what
they can't travel
lines in.
But they did listen. What is a multiple universe? That means it's different. Like, what is it called? Like different algorithm. Like, what's the not the algorithm? They tried to change it up. Okay, change the slightest thing. Does this change it? To change this, does that change it? Does it? And they found it all like ended up at the same end result. So all what they did was tested the multi-universe theory and found out that no matter where you go, you still end up in the same space, same place. So like just because that actually proves that a multiple universe does not mean that there's not one main thing running the entire program. You know, if I take a computer, I can run multiple different programs within it. It doesn't mean that that there's anything outside of that. You know what I'm saying? Outside of that, you know, that realm of like that program, there might be something outside that's controlling everything. I don't know. I'd rather say I don't know than to really go too deep and lose my damn mind. But a lot of time what happened is that because what's happening with 607 is saying is that he's talking very fast. And if I probably slowed it down, maybe they probably could like see, okay, well, man, he's pretty much saying the same thing that we're saying. But because people, you know, it's like, well, they might not agree with him. So therefore, no matter what he says, even if it's true, it's going to be a point of contention because it's like, well, it's the messenger, not the message. Let's go.
In this universe.
It's like these big ass goggles I got on my face.
They haven't even unified general relativity and quantum mechanics yet. We're way behind.
Yeah, so like if even if they have something like that, and I'm not saying they do, but even if they did, the premise of it is it can only show them possible realities in the future tense. You feel what I'm saying? But it's still in this physical reality.
Reality, okay.
It's still in reality.
Yeah, we can't even see, man, we can't even leave this galaxy.
It's so fucking big.
And it's going to determine where you.
We can't even see 100% of the things that are in front of us. Do you know that there's cats that can see a different aspect? That dogs, they see different stuff than we do. We only see a certain percentage of even what's on the earth, let alone what's outside the universe. We have a very limited perception of everything that exists right in front of us. So how can we even try to pretend? I don't even understand why we would argue that, okay, maybe his perception is a little bit broader or minuscule than others, But I believe that hell, everything got something substantial to it. No one is better than the other. What's interesting is with white flag. What is interesting is we've seen a lot of what is beyond our galaxy going outward to our galaxy, like towards Pluto. Why can't we see beyond other side of our sun? I don't know. I don't know if anybody's ever I don't think that we have the technology to. We haven't been able to get around the sun enough to be able to see what that is. We're not at technology advanced like that. So that's why. Oh, okay. They saw galaxies beyond us. I don't know how, but okay. Let's go.
You from? Why you think they got zodiac signs? So the planet gonna tell me from. Okay, cool. You from Mars, then you know how you act according to the zodiac sign. What's that white nigga name to do all that shit? Bring him back. Yeah, bring that nigga back. He'll tell you about the planets and shit. I'm gonna tell you about you.
That's your boy,
yeah,
Gary.
I ain't none of my boy. I don't got no boy. Everything is me. I don't think you understand. Right? But we stuck us out of prison because you can't get out.
And the warden is Trump.
Well, right now, but I'm gonna tell you, a lot of people suggest that it's like 13 families that's running everything, but I suggest that it's the original. I'm gonna say this. A lot of people ain't gonna like this, but I'm gonna say this: it's the original black man. Because the black man don't know who the fuck he is. He don't know.
You said pause it.
I knew he was gonna go there. Like, have you?
Yeah,
have you heard about that too? The original hierarchy that's supposed to be black people, and basically that they've used the white hierarchy as a proxy in order to keep the black people at the bottom where they're.
Yeah, Hitler's supposed to be black, Napoleon's black, all these people supposed to be like the Tartarians and all that stuff. You mean that or what?
See, why you say the name like the name, like, you feel what I'm saying? But
okay, my bad.
Angryman.
Some of those people are black, some of them not. Like that Napoleon thing is a stretch.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Me and Harlan be talking.
How is Napoleon a stretch and he's from Italy? Napoleon's from Italy. What are we talking about? Like, what? Italy was conquered by the Moors. Like, what are we talking about? Okay, anyways.
Okay, and Harlan sent me down a rabbit hole to make me understand why my people, like, they don't fuck with them boys, but they actually love the H-man.
Yeah.
Who the H-man? So use another word.
Short mustache guy.
Oh,
mustache man. Remember when we was talking that day a couple months ago, you sent me down like the rabbit hole you always do.
Too, man. I mean, my bad. He a small head.
Yeah, but there's.
Well, I don't know if you guys know it's about to come up on my channel, but I'm actually interviewing a guy. Well, Mighty Hebrew has been interviewing this guy, Rabbi Rosenberg or whatever, and he's trying to reunite all the tribes of Israel or the Hebrew Israelites and put the money from Israel into the tribes or whatever. I don't know what that's about, but yeah.
Rosenberg, you talk about from Ebro show?
From actual like Israel.
Oh.
Like works for like the government of Israel.
Talking about Joel C?
No, his name is Harry Rosenberg.
It's a lot of them small heads called Rosenbergs, man.
Well, no, he actually is in Israel, so it's interesting. Like he has a new thing called iTribe, and he's trying to.
He ain't trying to unite no real tribe of Israel. I'll tell you that.
He is
not the real
man. Go listen. Go on my page and watch the video. And he's breaking down the Kabbalah on Thursday, but the video I did like last week with him.
You saying
he is trying to help. He's going through Africa. He's saying that Israel wants to put like you know how like Nigeria don't have no electricity and stuff like that. It goes up and down. They're trying to go into those areas and like make it so they have constantly like electricity and Wi-Fi and.
No, they need to stay where they at. They only coming over there because they want to dominate because they see China.
Yeah, that's why I said. That's why I said
that's another colonial.
It's a reason why Nigeria don't have electricity like that, bro.
They're not uniting nothing, man. They trying to dominate. It's all imperialism.
Yeah, that's why.
Don't trust small head talks when they come into your land and unite, man. Stop it. Because then they have to admit that they're not the real ones. And
They did admit it. They admitted it. Listen, you gotta go see it. Go watch it. He admitted it. He says, "No, okay, go watch it." That's all I can say.
Like the black man's out. I'm from Africa. Where you from? Well, they know they was here, but they know they got here because we know that we gave Indians certain shit while the Indians was here. So we know that we popped up here, but we don't know where the fuck we came from. But they're gonna say you came from Africa. They're gonna take me to Africa. They're gonna say, oh shit, this nigga not African. So what the fuck is this nigga? Where the fuck did he come from? All right.
Do you ever done like genealogy, the ancestry.com, and where are your people from? You can look it up.
Show me your hair.
My hair?
Yeah.
I don't even know what that means.
Show me your hair.
Bro. I think you're
show me your hair.
No, eyes don't work and nothing's real. It's here. You want to pull a piece out.
Okay, so what's this? If that's hair, what's this?
The uglier hair.
No, not ugly hair. Listen, no. So what you have is probably the same thing the dog has.
That's crazy.
What
this dude Unc is trying to say is the white boy don't have no hair, he got fur. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Trying to say.
He
set the white boy up for him to say that crazy shit.
and I think the white dude caught on to it.
Yeah,
he knew what he was about to say.
Right? Because you mix with dog, pig, and monkey.
Me?
Yeah. You're a human.
And you're not.
You were created to work.
I'm with a wait, what am I?
I don't think you get it.
You said I'm a dog, a pig, and a monkey?
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
That's what you are. But they looked it up. They signed.
Is that like Malachi York stuff? Is that like is that where does this thing?
That's
Elijah Muhammad. That's
Malachi York.
Don't do Elijah like that, man.
That goes all.
Yeah, it is Elijah. Yakub comes from Elijah.
The theology of time.
I know.
Yes, it's in the theology of time, bro. That story comes from Elijah Muhammad.
I know.
Dr. York that's expounding on it. But the first person to mention that in America is Elijah Muhammad.
That's the story of Yakub.
Yes. You ain't know that.
With the AI fact checking this?
If AI tells me I don't eat pigs, I'll give you a
press pause.
I plead the fifth.
Why so you didn't know that?
I know some of it. That's why I said don't say not all of it.
No, I'm saying you didn't know that Elijah said that?
Yeah, now I know. My family talk about it, but I was like, come on, man, don't bring him up. I hope y'all won't bring him up in it.
Why not?
Not a good look.
He said it. Why? Wait. Why is not a good look?
Right, because when he said it, like I told you, remember when we was talking, how I questioned a lot of holes that's already in the Quran that I already read. So it's like it's a lot of holes I question. And then when he said this, shit's like, damn. You muted, Hall.
You questioned what hole? You talking what Elijah said?
No, like when to correlate what he said to the Quran is like, damn.
It's not in the Quran, is what you saying? You want to go down that hole?
I don't, bro.
Is it in the Quran?
The Quran ain't nothing but a remix of the Bible, and the Bible is definitely in the Bible.
See, that's the thing that I like.
It's in the Bible and the Quran that the white man is made of like a pig, a dog, and a donkey.
It's no, it don't say that explicitly, right? What it says is that there's a beast of the field that wears sackcloth, which is clothing.
Yes,
right? That's in English. But I'm gonna ask you this, Wasso.
No.
In science, can two different species mate?
What you mean by species? Like, can a cat mate with a dog?
Can a cat mate with a bird?
Scientifically, no. At least not to my knowledge.
So how did you? So you do know Neanderthals and Denisovans, these cavemen, are not the same species as us, right?
Yeah.
So how did the DNA, if they made it naturally, how did they get in white folks?
Would you think it was injected?
I'm asking you because you just agreed that science says that two different species can't mix.
I don't want to go down in rabbit hole.
All right, go ahead.
Check this out. There's one piece of definitive proof that back in the day that they were actually playing around genetically with species. You know what the proof is? The house cat.
Hey,
It's like a snake and a cat at the same time.
Huh?
It hits like a snake. Its eyes got like the only slits in them and stuff like that, like a snake and everything.
Yeah.
But every other cat has round pupils.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey,
a mule is sterile. Somebody in the chat said that's a mule.
Hey, and to the people who talk like it's to the people who say they diehard Muslims, like, look, man, understand this. Most of Africans were actually what they was Christians, bro. The thing is, once the Roman Catholic Church took over, they didn't like that. So they said
They
fuck
was
it.
not Christians, sir.
Who was it?
How the fuck are you gonna tell me?
Why are you cursing?
Christianity was in Africa before Islam.
Yes, the Moors.
But there was the Moors are Islam. Moors weren't Christian. What's
You know the Moors had a 6-pointed star, right?
they weren't Christian. They were Islamic. They were not Christian.
No,
They
I
were-
am telling
they
you.
were Sabians too.
I'm telling you.
You know what a Sabian is?
No.
Okay. Let's not
Look,
do this.
I'm telling you.
Ain't nothing but watered down Christianity. I'm telling you.
Yo,
The
hey,
only thing is, my bad.
check this out. Harwin. The one thing I've learned throughout my entire life is they have done one hell of a job of scrambling up history. Like, it's like they took the planet and just shook it like this and shit. They said, nah, nigga, this.
Angryman,
Angryman. Get the plastic bag and put flour in it and put the chicken in it and shit like.
Hey, Angryman, who when something happens, who can write history over again?
The winner.
The winner. So the thing that I'm trying to get, like, I be trying to tell a lot of people, like, the only thing why Africans or people of their country, I say people of their country like I'm not there, but Africans did that was because they didn't like how the Roman Catholic Church structured the new Christianity. So they was like,
they were going against the law. They was making up.
Islam is more structured than the Roman Catholic.
Now, it's the same thing happened in Islam. Christianity happened in Islam.
Yeah, but when you lock out the old people, they said like to them it was more structured. The women and kids was always protected. The men were held to a certain standard, so was the women, and the culture protected. The religion and the culture protected everybody, especially the women and kids. So they was like they didn't like it like that, and then now, but I blame you because I didn't know that.
But what about the female sages? What about the women sages?
What you mean? What about them?
Mami Wata, like the actual priest of Mami Wata. What about them?
Yeah, shout out to them. Like
did they come before or after Christianity and Islam?
Well, there's men and women sages that come way before.
No, what happened is okay. I'm not even gonna get into it. That's gonna turn into a
question. You said
that's gonna turn into a whole argument. I don't even want to do it.
Yeah, it was just general. It was a vague question.
Well, before there were male priests, there were female organizations like similar to the fraternal organizations. And what happened is, based on like the story, is that the younger women that came up in the priesthood, their husbands pressured them to get the knowledge of the women, like these secret societies. And so what happened is once the men got that information, then they hung the women and killed them if they were to practice it ever again. And that is actually stories that if you actually look up the book, the Sibyls, if you look up Ianifa, the book, the books called Ianifa, the Sibyls, there's several books that talks about like the women priests that existed prior to. Because we were in a more matrilineal society. Prior to the patrilineal.
That happens in the Quran.
So let me address this.
No, we were not. This thing.
Let me address this real quick. Real, please, Angryman.
So now is here where it gets really ridiculous. Is that because I say that we were in a matrilineal society, we're gonna like now hear the patriarchal thing of like, no. It was always patriarchal. People are going to get into this and it's going to get crazy. Let's go. Get ready for it. Let's go.
So are these stories you talking about, do they predate Isis and Osiris?
Some of them do, yeah.
Which one?
Let me get the actual book. It's called The Sibyls.
So when does
Why you get that? Go ahead, why so?
Because I just looked it up. So does Osiris now predate the 6th century BC and 7th century, or are they before that?
Yeah, of course, bro. Way before.
Oh, okay then. With now they was Osiris no came before
I'm
that.
trying to figure out because I noticed it like this same discussion keeps coming up where individuals it only happens really in our culture. Like, what is with Black women and their desire to try to prove that they're above us on the hierarchy?
So you see this? So me talking about that there was a matrilineal society makes the man feel that we are trying to be above them on the hierarchy. You understand what's happening here? Is that people can't even admit that there was a matriarchal society. That at one point that this existed, because men like this want to always believe that they were always in power, was always male dominated, that there was never a time when women actually had any control or rule, that we were just these weak, docile creatures that needed a man to be able to survive. And this is the part, that I think is worth. What is about women to think they supposed to lead? Okay, let's go. All right, let's go into it. So now we're going to get into this whole matriarchal versus patriarchal conversation. Let's go. It's not about above.
It is. You said
Oh Lord.
You said
no one says it has to be above.
Stay focused. Find it first. I want you to find that first.
All right, the Sibylline oracles, written by Jewish and Christian authors between the 2nd and 4th century. Hold on. Let me actually get the actual book. It's called the Sibyls.
Yeah, get that.
Were legendary prophetess in ancient Greece and Rome, but there's also other Sibyls that came prior to that. All right, so
if you talk about
regions including Delphi, Kume, Persia, and Hellespont.
She's talking about those same 3 weird sisters that show up in just about every
in every culture. The sisters,
talking about the witches on Hercules when they were doing the
thing. Witches, they're witches.
Yes,
it's just a word.
What is a witch?
It's just a word. Let's not get caught up on the word.
I'm caught up in the word.
It's 3 of them, right? If you go back to Shakespeare, they're in Shakespeare. They're in freaking they're in every last bit of our culture, pop culture. They're in every. Okay, you've got them in.
All right, so you don't think that Mami Wata was something that existed prior to Greeks?
I do, but she don't exist before Osiris and Isis.
All right, so you're talking about Osiris and Isis.
Have you seen Harwin? You seen what's that damn show? It's based off of the comic. You seen Sandman on Netflix?
Absolutely. We had that conversation about 2 months ago.
Yeah, I was trying to remember if we had that conversation. But if you remember, the 3 sisters are there. They're in that show.
Yeah.
You feel me? And they're the ones that were also in Hercules, the ones that take the thread and they cut.
With the eye and He just showed a picture of him. Yeah.
Yeah.
When the string turned gold, so they couldn't cut it.
Yeah.
So Genesis, Pete. When you look at the Turin Papyrus, you see a king's list of deities that came from the stars, right? Who you think was the first king, a male or a female?
The first deities that came were water deities, not Osiris.
I'm not arguing that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. What I said was Isis.
So all Mami Wata and all these depictions are water spirits.
It don't matter.
Water deities.
That story don't predate Isis and Osiris story. I don't think you really know they.
So Nun, Anuket, Satet, etc. did
That's
not exist
Mami Wata
prior to. Well, okay. Let me just go into this real quick. I'm gonna just go into the Sibyls because they're gonna interrupt me throughout the whole thing. It's gonna you're not gonna ever get to hear what I've got to say. So let me go with this. All right, so the Sibyls, the first prophetic. Hold on, let me make this a little smaller. Okay. All right, the first prophetesses of Mami Wata, the theft of African prophecy by the Catholic Church. All right. So let's go. Who were the Sibyls? Sibyl were a title given to women believed to possess prophetic power. They delivered divine messages, interpreted signs, advised rulers, and served at ancient sacred sites. All right, so Mama Zogbe says that, okay, they were African priestesses, diviners, and healers, known as Sibyls, Pythonesses, and oracle women, spiritual daughters and representatives of Mami Water, connected to sacred water, serpents, prophecy, healing, and spirit communication. Part of ancient matriarchal priesthood that existed before Christianity. According to the book, the Sibyls operated throughout Egypt. So they're going to bring in the Egypt, right? Greece, Rome, Turkey, Israel, Syria, Babylon, okay? Zogbe describes these regions as having been influenced by African civilization and African spiritual systems. So how does the book connect the Sibyls to Mami Water? Treats Mami Water as, Mama Zogbe treats Mami Water as more than just one mermaid-like spirit. In her framework, Mami Water represents an ancient worldwide African water spirit tradition associated with sacred waters and serpents, female spiritual authority, prophecy and divination, healing, mediumship and spirit possession, fertility and creation, wealth and abundance, sexual and spiritual autonomy. The Sibyls are presented as human priestesses and prophetic representatives of this tradition. In other words, Mami Wata was a divine power, while the Sibyls were among her oracle women and spiritual functionaries. All right. So there was a theft that happened by the Catholic Church. All right. So Mama Zogbe claims that emerging Christianity and Roman Church adopted predictions and spiritual concepts associated with the Sibyls, reinterpreted certain Sibyl prophecies as predictions of Jesus, used the Sibyls' religious authority to strengthen Christian theology, later condemned African and female-centered practices as paganism, witchcraft, and devil worship, removed the Sibyls' African identity while preserving selected version of their prophecies. The book therefore frames Christian history as partially built upon the later separated from older African female prophetic translations. Okay. Traditions, my bad. The missing African ancestress. Another major purpose of this book is to explain why African women are often absent from popular accounts of ancient religion. Mama Zogbe argues that African women were not merely participants in that ancient spirituality. They were temple leaders, diviners, political advisors, healers, spirit mediums, keepers of sacred knowledge, creators and transmitters of religious institutions. And the erasure of the Sibyls is therefore presented as part of a larger erasure of African women's authority and the African divine feminine. All right, so important historical distinction. All right, so there's historical evidence that Sibyls were important female prophetic. So this is historical, right? Figures in ancient Mediterranean, Greek, and Roman religions were influenced by Egypt, North Africa, and wider Mediterranean world. Christian used and reinterpreted Sibylline writings. Female diviners, priestesses, and water spirit traditions have long existed throughout Africa. Christianity frequently demonized and or suppressed indigenous African religious practices. Mama Zogbe brought a claim that the ancient Mediterranean formed a unified African Mami Water priesthood, or that Mami Water directly established the Vatican, is not generally accepted as proven history among mainstream scholars. Those connected are better understood as Mama Zogbe's African-centered theological reconstruction based on comparative symbols, oral tradition, religious interpretation, and selected historical materials. Okay. This is, I make the book meaningless. It means that it should be read as a combination of African spiritual history, Mami Water theology, feminist religious recovery, comparative mythology, anti-colonial interpretation, alternative historical argument. All right, so this is AI's assessment. The book's most valuable contribution is its recovery of the African prophetess, priestess, and divine feminine. It challenges the assumption that prophecy began with male Hebrew or Christian figures and asks why women's older spiritual institutions were erased. Man, listen, I don't. Let's get back to it. Bottom line is that they when I brought up like the aspect of the Sibyls, they take it into a fairy tale like frame and say, oh, these are the things that show up in movies, and whenever they go to see they go to see these sage women, and that's whatever. So that does not mean to minimize. The first thing that they did was minimize the woman, make her insignificant once again. So let's go. Listen.
When
what
you say
happened
noon,
is
let's
that
the Genesis. Wait. Let's stay there. When you talk about noon, Kek, Hu, and Amun, they have a female counterpart. Nuntat, Kektat, Hutat, Amuntat. They exist.
Noon, Anuket, Satet, etc.
Okay.
Yes.
They exist simultaneously. There was not one before the other. But then there's another that predate all four of them that Amun is married to. When I mean married, I mean absorbed with as one. It's called Ptah. You heard of him?
Ptah, yes.
He's the one that created the universe with his word. So this.
So what about the waters? What about you're saying that before there was water?
The water beings you're talking about, we just named the four. They're the Agdawaz, and in language they call Chamenu. The Chamenu.
So are you trying to say that we're not in a water plasma-ish universe? That this is not like
everything is a fluid.
So what came prior to the water?
Just the creator.
The creator that created the water.
I just named them. So
was it not triple darkness?
Absolutely it was.
Okay, was that triple darkness a combination of male and female?
That triple darkness doesn't have a gender. That created genders.
Okay. I'm not gonna.
Well, let me.
Because I practice E5, and so
let me ask.
My understanding. Hold on. Listen, guys. My understanding of the triple darkness is a little bit different than the Egyptian. So I don't want to have an argument on which one.
Wait. You said that the Ife come from Egypt, did you not?
It did.
And I agree with you. So
But when they talk about Eshu met Olodumare in the darkness, and then Olodumare was there's like this whole thing about like it was both male and female. It was not just.
So what you're talking about is the asexual beings.
It was asexual, exactly.
I know exactly what you're talking about, right?
Okay. So all right. So we're on the same page. Okay.
We are. And what I'm telling you is this is what Ankh was getting wrong when he was explaining that mitochondria something a woman came first crap that he can't prove.
No, it's not about woman came first, because even if you go into
no, I'm talking about what this guy said. Ankh, I heard him say that yesterday or the day before when we reviewed him talking. So it's being misconstrued. The women were the first out of the water. True. We could concede to that. But they wasn't the first at all. It was a simultaneous thing that happened.
Right. But just like you have Olokun. Okay. So now this is not about like who came first, the chicken or the egg. But what's happening is that I talked about the Sibyls and that we had a matrilineal society at one point. So all this going back into who was the creator. Now we have to go all the way back to like a masculine and feminine creator. You know what I'm saying? To actually go into the fact, because when I talked about like that there was a feminine priesthood and that we had a matrilineal society that got taken as, why are you trying to make the women be above the men? It's like, dude, what is going on? Why Why every time a woman have to like say that we had a priesthood? We weren't just sitting up there cooking and making food for y'all the whole time. So what? Okay, so no woman before man. Okay, well, show me how that man create woman. Did he poop her out the asshole? How did a man create a woman? Let's go. From the depths of the deep water was a thing that was a combination of male and female, and then all of the life that's. I don't think that nobody came out of anything except for procreation. Now, except for like amoebas and like, when you get into fungi, that's when you get into like some like single celled organism that has the ability to regenerate on its own. But when it comes to human beings, I don't understand how we don't understand that, for any human to exist, it has to be severed from the mother's uterus. Like it has to come out from the waters, from the depths of the deep and the darkness of the waters. You know what I'm saying? It was like, it wasn't just a male or female. It was a both. It was combined. Just like you think of amoeba or whatever, like kind of a weird, like thing, energy that it has both duality, right? So, child, in the middle of the night, child, we was going in. Why? Listen, come on up. It's fixing to get crazy. Watch. It's fixing to get real crazy. But I was tired. I couldn't even argue what I was trying to argue because I tried to say, like, listen, there were priesthoods that were like, just like you have male fraternities, you had female sororities. You had female, not sororities, but like female priesthoods that had secrets on how to do stuff, how to like heal, how to do this, how to do that. And when I said that there were priesthoods that had these things, and then I explained that there were times where like it was a secret amongst the women. And then what happened is that the younger women that were, according to the part of the priesthood, the husbands pressured the women to get the information. And then once they got the information, they made it illegal for women to actually practice it. It's the same thing that happened in the hospital. It's the same thing that happened because the nurses were at one point, and then the doctors came along, and now nurses can't be doctors, and we got to like go through the doctor first. So like we had our own knowledge of like things. But what happened is that we had our like separate, you know what I'm saying? But it was we had too much power within that. And so once people realized we had too much power, but that does not mean that we were trying to overrule the men. It was just straight up like, hey, we had a certain level of power and that they was not trying to hear it. And then this whole thing becomes a thing. They had to go all the way into the creation of human beings because it was too tough. What I said pressured them to. Let me go back into the story. Hold on. Is it in the Quran?
The Quran ain't nothing but a remix of the Bible, and the Bible is definitely in the Bible.
See, that's the thing that I like.
It's in the Bible and the Quran that the white man is made of like a pig, a dog, and a donkey.
It's no, it don't say that explicitly, right? What it says is that there's a beast of the field that wears sackcloth, which is clothing.
Yes,
right? That's in English. But I'm gonna ask you this, Wasso.
No.
In science, can two different species mate?
What you mean by species? Like, can a cat mate with a dog?
Can a cat mate with a bird?
Scientifically, no. At least not to my knowledge.
So how did you? So you do know Neanderthal?
Man, welcome to the chat. YS Millennial. Like, I'm not sure you got to see this because it got real crazy. Because it got like it was in the depth of the night. It was in the dark depths of the night when it was in the morning pretty much when this conversation happened. You know,
that's shit crazy. So
because I've been like, Trey, he likes my conversation. He said, I want you to come up more. So I've been like coming up there, but when it gets to this point, Angryman will join, and then we always gonna have like some level of contention because I'm like, bro, everything is all about y'all trying to take it away from the men. The man is the one, and it's like, bro, everything they gotta be about a male and female battle between the male and the female.
Exactly.
Everything, whatever. Every time I say something, it's like, well, what you trying to say? The woman is above the man? Like, no, child, come on now. Let's go. Let's watch how this goes. Watch it.
Neanderthals and Denisovans, these cavemen are not the same species as us, right?
Yeah.
So how did the DNA, if they made it naturally, how did they get it in white folks?
Would you think it was injected?
I'm asking you, because you just agreed that science says that two different species can't mix.
I don't want to go down a rabbit hole.
All right, go ahead.
Check this out. There's one piece of definitive proof that back in the day that they were actually playing around genetically with species. You know what the proof is? The house cat.
Yep.
Hey,
it's like a snake and a cat at the same time.
Huh?
It hits like a snake. Its eyes got like the
more structured than the Roman Catholic.
Now, it's the same thing happened in Islam. Christianity happened in Islam.
Yeah, but when you talk to old people, they said like to them it was more structured. The women and kids was always protected. The men were held to a certain standard, so was the women, and the culture protected. The religion and the culture protected everybody, especially the women and kids. So they was like they didn't like it like that, and then now, but I blame you because I didn't know that.
But what about the female sages? All right, so here we go. We're gonna talk about the female sages, okay? And this is where it gets real tricky because this is where it becomes they want to make it into a male versus female battle, and it's not a battle, bro. Female sages, right? So at no point did men want to be sages. At no point, until there was a group of women that understood how to harness herbs, how to heal, how to do this thing with a woo. That was a feminine thing. But what happened is that when the women was able to do this, they had too much power. They're divining for the king and this, that, the other. So men got together and said, no, bump that. I need to know what's going on. What's the secret behind this? But they take it as, no, why do you always try to make it like the woman is above the man? But there were matrilineal societies. Let's go. What about the women sages?
What you mean? What about them?
Mami Wata, like the actual priest of Mami Wata. What about them?
Yeah, shout out to them. Like
did they come before or after Christianity and Islam? Before.
Well, there's men and women sages that come way before.
No, what happened is okay. I'm not even gonna get into it. That's gonna turn into a whole argument. I don't even want to do it.
Yeah, it was just general. It was a vague question.
Well, before there were male priests, there were female organizations like similar to the fraternal organizations. And what happened is, based on the story, is that the younger women that came up in the priesthood, their husbands pressured them to get the knowledge of the women, like these secret societies. And so what happened is, once the men got that information, then they hung the women and killed them if they were to practice it ever again. And that is actually stories that, if you actually look up the book, the Sibyls, if you look up Ianifa, the book, the books called Ianifa, the Sibyls, there's several books that talks about the women priests that existed prior to. Because we were in a more matrilineal society. Prior to the patriarchal.
That happens in the Quran.
So let me address this.
No, we were not. It's this thing.
Let me address this real quick. Real, please, Angryman. So are these stories you talking about, do they predate Isis and Osiris?
Some of them do, yeah.
Which one?
Let
me get the actual book. It's called The Sibyls.
So when does
why you get that? Go ahead, why so?
Because I just looked it up. So does Osiris?
So he's talking about, do they predate? So the Sibyls was a priesthood. So for him to ask, do they predate Isis and Osiris? It's like, no, this is a priesthood of women that knew Now that I'm like, see, it was late as fuck at night, so I really wasn't even understanding what he was even saying.
Right,
you know?
right.
So what do you think? What are your thoughts? Because they're gonna try to like break me down on this whole thing. I'm gonna play a little more. You're gonna see it. Why?
Osiris now predate the 6th century BC and 7th century, or they before that?
Yeah, of course, bro. Way before.
Oh, okay then. Well, nah, they was Osiris no came before
I'm
that.
trying to figure out because I noticed it like this same discussion keeps coming up where individuals and it only happens really in our culture. Like what is with Black women and their desire to try to prove that they're above us on the hierarchy?
How is me pointing at a priesthood that existed prior to Christianity and prior to Islam that exists? Is that making women higher on the hierarchy, whatever? Like, can anybody answer that question? Like, why do you think that? Because I said there was a priesthood of women that were that actually were the healers and this, that, the other. Like, I mean, just like you say that there were women cooks, right? That there were female barbecuers, right? We just would barbecue and everything, and then somehow it became illegal for women to barbecue. That's pretty much what happened. Let me put it in a different context. But now you're going to say that because there were women barbecuers that I'm trying to make it that women are above men. No, there were women priests that did divination and that did like potions and herbs and this, that, the other. And at some point that power to do that type of work was taken away by the male because the younger women, because they wanted to know, it was too secretive. They want to know how they were doing it. So therefore it became a whole thing. What's the problem with that? But now this turned into a female versus male argument. Let's go. It's not about above.
It is. You said
oh Lord.
You said
no one says it has to be above.
Stay focused. Find it first. I want you to find that first.
All right. The sibylline, or hold on. This guy, read your Bible and learn the truth, because falsehoods are the road to hell. Child, unconscious, conscious. I don't even know why you even have that damn. Are you joking? Are you kidding me? So you're cursing? That's cursing right there. Cursing somebody because they don't believe in what your book says. Doesn't the Bible also says thou shalt not don't judge, don't bear fault? Come on now. Don't bear false witness. Come on now. What are we doing here? You that's the thing, is that people get so wrapped up in the believing in this thing that they forget what it even says. It's like, oh, you're not supposed to do that. I'm talking about people that existed before the Bible, sir. The Bible have not always existed, sir. There were priests before the Bible, and they were healers and this, that, the other. Like, y'all need to get up outside your own cage, prison. No religion has to do with any of this. Thank you so much. Let's continue. Oracles. Written by Jewish and Christian authors between the 2nd and 4th century. Hold on, let me actually get the actual book. It's called the Sibyls.
Yeah, get
by
that.
Mama in ancient Greece and Rome, but there's also other Sibyls that came prior to that. All right, so
if you talk about
regions including Delphi, Cumae, Persia, and Hellespont.
She's talking about those same 3 weird sisters that show up in just about every
culture. So now they're gonna be weird.
Talking about the witches on Hercules when they were
witches. They're witches.
Yes,
it's just a word.
What is a witch?
Look,
it's just a word. Let's not get caught up on the word.
We're caught up in the word.
It's 3 of them, right? If you go,
don't get caught up in the word, but you call them a witch.
Shakespeare. They're in Shakespeare. They're in freaking. They're in every last bit of our culture, pop culture. They're in every. Okay, you've got them in.
All right, so you don't think that Mami Wata was something that existed prior to Greeks?
I do, but she don't exist before Osiris and Isis.
All right, so you're talking about Osiris and Isis.
Have you seen Harwin? You seen what's that damn show? It's based off of the comic. You seen Sandman on Netflix?
Absolutely. You had that conversation about 2 months ago.
Yeah, I was trying to remember if we had that conversation. But if you remember, the 3 sisters are there. They're in that show.
Yeah.
You feel me? And they're the ones that were also in Hercules, the ones that take the thread and they cut.
Yeah, with the eye and
yeah.
He just showed a picture of him. Yeah.
Yeah.
When the string turned gold, so they couldn't cut it.
Yeah.
So Genesis, Pete. When you look at the Turin Papyrus, you see a king's list of deities that came from the stars, right? Who you think was the first king, a male or a female?
The first deities that came were water deities, not Osiris.
I'm not arguing that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
These niggas is just unbelievable.
No matter what I say.
Yo, Genesis, it's always some male, female. It's always some competition. Guy, you out.
It have to be competition. It can't be like that. We had our own thing that we did, and then men had the thing that they did.
Like, come on, that's why she's called Mother Nature for a reason. Like God, let's cut the bullshit out.
Look, man does set sorcery as well, not just women, but honey, there was a time that there was a priesthood of women. That's what I'm talking about. You guys people want to make everything about male versus female, but then they want to make it seem that because I even brought up the female priesthood, that it's a competition against priesthood against priesthood.
Exactly. I don't know what's wrong with these people. Genesis, like God.
It don't have to be. It don't have to. Yeah, it don't have to be like a competition of which is the best priesthood.
Right. Like, come on, son. God had a wife. Everybody, okay? He's not just him by himself. Okay.
Thank you. Talk about God's wife. Talk about his wife.
Right. They listen to like the Bible is real, but it's just that it's gay people that tamper with certain things. When y'all see the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, who y'all think the Holy Spirit is? Obviously, if
they want to make that a male too. It's just a bunch of niggas, just dudes up there. Ain't no women doing nothing. Ain't no female. But in African spirituality, it's the Father, Son, and the child. Like the Father, the Mother, and the child. But in the Christian, it's they get the woman they get women get out of here all the way. Ain't no female.
And then Genesis, they left out the daughter all completely. It's the Father, the Mother, the daughter, and the Son, and running four. See what I'm saying, Genesis? They always playing these games. But that's why us as people, we got to use our discernment and read through the BS and stop falling for the nonsense.
I love it when you come up here because, honey, I just need like another male. Because sometimes I'll be up here.
Genesis, we roll it. Word out, Genesis, we roll it.
Let's go.
What I said was
so all Mommy Wata and all these depictions are water spirits.
It don't matter.
Water Equale, what's up, Negro Rao?
Predate Isis on Osiris story. I don't think you really know they.
So Noon, Anuket, Satet, etc.
That's not Mommy Wata.
Prior to, well, okay. Listen. It's this. Listen.
When
what
you say
happened
Noon,
is that the
Genesis. Wait. Let's stay there. When you talk about Noon, Kek, Hu, and Amun, they have a female counterpart. Nuntat, Kektat, Hutat, Amuntat. They exist.
Noon, Anuket, Satet, etc.
Okay.
Yes.
They exist simultaneously. There was not one before the other. But then there's another.
But that's not the discussion I was having.
That Amun is married to. When I mean married, I mean absorbed with as one. It's called Ptah.
This is the thing I have. I was talking about the priesthood. I wasn't even talking about going back into whether or not why would the priesthood exist before the god Osiris? What are we? There's a priesthood of the water. Like the priesthood comes after the water exists.
Exactly.
So, but he has to go all the way back to creation itself, like to disprove. Like, what am I saying? Like, what are we going? What are we doing here? I'm talking about there was a priesthood of women. That these are human, really real living beings, not like just like the discussion of Osiris and this, that, the other, and this. I'm talking about the priesthood of this whole thing, not just the beings that stories were told about. Let's go.
You heard of him?
Ptah, yes.
He's the one that created the universe with his word. So this.
So what about the Olodumare is what it's called in Yoruba. Ptah, Olodumare, same thing. Let's go. The waters. What about so you're saying that before there was water,
the water beings you're talking about, we just named before. They're the Allegories. In the language they call Chamenu. The Chamenu.
So are you trying to say that we're not in a water plasma-ish universe? That this is not like
everything is a fluid.
So what came prior to the water?
Just the creator.
The creator that created the water.
I just named them. So
was it not triple darkness?
Absolutely it was.
Okay, was that triple darkness a combination of male and female?
That triple darkness doesn't have a gender. That created genders.
All right, so that's what I'm trying to make. Is it because they always trying to like make it about it's a man, he, him, it, yeah, he, who, you know what I'm saying? Masculine, boom, boom, boom. I'm like, no, and that's why I asked that like level of question. Okay, now that we have established that it was not just a man that women came out of, it was a dual creation of a male, masculine, and feminine. Go ahead, Tom.
Oh, I was just gonna say Genesis, right? And you smashed the whole shit because everybody know water. Water is feminine, and the moon is feminine. So obviously, femininity was first. Then it was masculinity. Like this shit is just this is simple things. Like it's already aligned for us to understand what was going on first.
Trust me. Listen, sometimes these red pill like kind of like. Yeah. It's gonna get even weirder. Watch, it's gonna get even worse. It's gonna get worse. Okay. You know what? I'm not gonna. Well, let me. Because I practice E5, and so let me. My understanding. Hold on. Listen, guys. My understanding of the triple darkness is a little bit different than the Egyptian. So the triple darkness is the woman. The triple darkness is the woman. The darkness is the woman. The light is the male. The darkness and light. It's the male is the light. The female is the darkness. Period. Like and at least in what I understand. Let's go. So I don't want to have an argument on which one.
Wait. You said that the Ife come from Egypt. Did you not?
It did.
And I agree with you. So
But when they talk about Eshu met Oludumare in the darkness. And then Oludumare was there's like this whole thing about like it was both male and female. It was not just.
So what you're talking about is the asexual beings.
It was asexual, exactly.
I know exactly what you're talking about, right?
Okay. All right. So we're on the same page. Okay.
We are. And what I'm telling you is this is what Ankh was getting wrong when he was explaining that mitochondria something the woman came first crap that he can't prove.
No, it's not about woman came first, because even if you go into
no, I'm talking about what this guy said. I heard him say that yesterday or the day before when we reviewed him talking. So it's being misconstrued. The women were the first out of the water. True. We could concede to that. But they wasn't the first at all. It was a simultaneous thing that happened.
Right. But just like you have Olokun from the depths of the deep water was a thing that was a combination of male and female, and then all of the light that sprung from the waters, from the depths of the deep and the darkness of the waters. You know what I'm saying? It was like it wasn't just a male or female; it was a both. It was combination, just like you think of amoeba or whatever, like kind of a weird, like thing, energy that it has both duality, right? So
that comes from
even when you here's the thing. Even when you talk about these beings that were a combination of male and female, right?
I mentioned that.
I mean,
that.
That's what we are. If you really want to be
pretty
honest,
much, yes.
That's what we are right now.
But I'm gonna let you go ahead.
What we are right now, as we you feel me? But here's the thing, like this is the part y'all keep forgetting and you keep leaving out. At the end of the day, you still get female from male, not male from female. That's the part y'all keep leaving out, because
what
y'all don't have a Y chromosome.
We got both.
We have both the X and the Y. Y'all only have the X. That's the easiest way to prove it. We don't even got to go into no philosophy. We don't got to go into no history. We don't got to go into nothing but just that.
But some people will say that the Y is a mutated X.
Okay, and then I would say to them that the X we have today is a mutated form of the archaic X, just like that Y is a mutated form of the archaic Y. And they both existed before that. Again, what you were talking about was what this clown.
See, man, you know what? And I wish I could have did this when he said that. Okay,
that has nothing to do with that.
This is the NIH, the National NIH. Okay,
right?
The National Institute of Health. So I'm not like talking about the AI, because a lot of times they're like, "Oh, that's the AI." You know what I'm saying? No, this is from the National Institute of Health. So what all AI does is they scrape the internet and they compile what is out there, and then they come up with the answer, right? So from the National Institute of Health, right? Essentially, yes, the Y chromosome evolved from an ancestral X chromosome over 100 millions of years. Through evolutionary mutations, a small section of the X chromosome developed into a sex-determining switch. Over time, the Y chromosome stopped swapping genetic material with other chromosomes and degenerated, losing most of its original genes. Now, these guys are going to talk about like some kind of mutated X, or I've never heard of this. Like not mutated, like something. And right, I don't even know what the hell. Like I'm like, bro, they went into some science I have never even heard of before.
Right, they did some science shit and some theory shit instead of facts. This is what they go through. When facts fail, then they go to some theory, science, and man-made shit. Right.
Like I don't even know where the hell they got that. I'm like, what? Like, yeah, and they were all like, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like, what?
Exactly.
Then they have a fucking a sausage fest over it, whatever the hell. You know what I'm saying? Like, after they say that, oh yeah, that's what it is. Like what?
Right.
Hold on. Now he went to the X-Men. Let me just. Women are better than each other. That's not where I'm going.
Hold on. Fair enough. You said some can mutate to get worse, or some can mutate to get better. So let's look at the mutation. Do men have more survival skills than women?
Oh man. See? This is what the fuck
unbelievable. Y'all.
It never fails. This shit never fails. It never fails. This shit get worse and worse every time. So. Yo, Genesis. Oh, my bad, Genesis. My bad. Yo, I remember.
Genesis. It's like what? Like, yo, so like now we're gonna move the goalposts into. So even though we talked about they had to say, well, there's actually a mutation of the X chromosome, but no, it actually was a Y. It's like, bro, what? Based on what science?
Right, I can't believe this shit. Now,
it gets weirder and like you guys cannot be so red pill that y'all just like.
Who has the most survival tactics? Like, are you serious? Who got the most survival tactics? Genesis, I know girls.
This is
that can be homeless. Right.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, Genesis. I know girls that could be homeless longer than certain men that could be homeless, and just like it's vice versa. So you can't. What are you talking about? Who can have survival tech? It's all about your traits. It's not about gender. It's your characteristics. It's about if you have the tools to do it or not. That's what it's about. It's not about no gender. It's about if you're equipped to handle the job, to do the task or not. It's not about no gender. Damn. What the fuck is wrong? They act like men and women don't have the same characteristics. I know it's in different people, but still, men don't have certain characteristics that women don't. No, we all have this. Like we don't have the same, but I mean, certain people do. But nobody is an exception to characteristics. Nobody has a characteristic that the other gender doesn't. That's what I mean. What is he talking about? Damn. Guy is unbelievable.
He said, well, they could be a mutated Y. How in the hell can a Y come from an X? That usually is a person that has Down syndrome or something like that. Isn't it like when you have two different mutations, some kind of weird thing, you get Down syndrome or something? Like, what are we taught? Like that genetically, I don't understand what that is.
Was getting wrong when he was explaining that mitochondria something a woman came first crap that he can't prove.
No, it's not about woman came first, because even if you go into
no, I'm talking about what this guy said. I heard him say that yesterday or the day before when we reviewed him talking. So it's being misconstrued. The women were the first out of the water. True, we could concede to that, but they wasn't the first at all. It was a simultaneous thing that happened.
Right, but just like you have Olokun from the depths of the deep water was a thing that was a combination of male and female, and then all of the life that sprung from the waters, from the depths of the deep and the darkness of the waters. You know what I'm saying? It was like, it wasn't just a male or female, it was a both. It was a combination. Just like you think of amoeba or whatever, like kind of a weird, like thing, energy that it has both duality, right? So
that comes thing. Even when you here's the thing, even when you talk about these beings that were a combination of male and female, right? Which I mean, that's what we are. If you really want to be
pretty
honest,
much, yes.
That's what we are right now.
But I'm gonna let you go ahead.
What we are right now, as we talk, you feel me? But here's the thing, like this is the part y'all keep forgetting and you keep leaving out. At the end of the day, you still get female from male, not male from female. That's the part y'all keep leaving out, because like
Genesis,
y'all don't have a Y chromosome. Right?
We got both.
Yeah, go ahead. He said the woman, because this makes logical sense, because the woman only got one and they got both.
Right, and you see what's going on, right? They sitting up in there arguing about who. See, this is the proof right there. And he is sitting there trying to fight it. What they trying to tell his slow ass.
Which is crazy, right? Like, look, we got both. We got X and Y. Well, honey, it's a mutation.
Right. He about to clash with his own.
Listen, even in the alphabet, X come before Y. What the fuck are you talking about? Y don't come before X, and even A, B, C, D, E, F, G, X, Y, Z.
Yo, this nigga.
Come on now. How is X before Y? Like Y, X, Z? Come on now, bro. Even in the alphabet, the goddamn X come before the Y. What are we talking about, bro?
Unbelievable.
We have both the X and the Y. Y'all only have the X. That's the easiest way to prove it. We don't even got to go into no philosophy. We don't got to go into no history. We don't got to go into nothing but just that.
But some people will say that the Y is a mutated X.
Okay, and then I would say to them that the X we have today is a mutated form of the archaic X, just like that Y is a mutated form of the archaic Y.
Honey, the Y is actually like disintegrating as we speak. Do you know that? Do you know right now they're talking about the Y chromosome is actually like going away? But how is the X still sustaining? But the Y is like the most ancient part of it, but the Y is leaving, but the X still exists. It's still existing. Do some research. Is the Y chromosome now like beginning to like mutate and disintegrate? I don't know what's gonna happen when that happens. It's crazy, but let's go.
And they both existed before that. Again, what you were talking about was what this clown, Uncle Tony, whatever his name is, was trying to talk about, and he was misinterpreting the information.
But let's pause for a second, Harwin. Let's pause for a second. I love it when women try to go to that argument, because you don't realize by raising that argument, if you raise that argument with the wrong person, you've messed up your whole argument. I'm gonna tell you.
I'm not arguing. I'm just bringing up points.
You're arguing. I'm saying the argument, what you're presenting, right?
The discussion. I'm not arguing with anybody.
Okay, but
I'm not here. I'm not debating. I'm just having a discussion.
But I'm using the word argument. You're raising an argument. I don't mean that you're bickering. I mean you're raising an argument. You're challenging somebody else or some other belief, right? So here's the problem. Whenever somebody says, well, the Y is a mutated form of the X, why do things mutate?
Environment.
Is it just environment, or is there a purpose behind the mutation?
It's always a purpose.
I believe you have definitely a purpose, yeah.
So the purpose, so we take it to the X-Men. The reason why the X-Men were mutants is because that was the next stage of evolution, right?
Yeah.
Why would you even have to have that whole breakdown? Go into like fake X-Men to prove
Correct.
when you said that we came from the Y.
Correct.
If you say that the Y is a mutation of the X, why would you even have to like the X-Men, right? So your whole argument talking about the Y, the X is you. If we came from the Y, why isn't it the Y men and not the X-Men?
Right, you comparing something natural to something that's artificial. Like listen to the what he's talking about.
He done had to go into the Black Panther and everything like that. Like I mean, Marvel comics.
Yeah, you going from some DC comic shit. Like, God.
Just to say nothing. Like, what are you talking about? What the fuck?
Right. It's just like the
So
same
when
way
you
how
make
they
that argument, you know what you
No, go ahead, Genesis.
No, well, I want to hear what you're gonna say. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it's just like when they take food and make it in the greenhouse instead of it growing naturally off the ground. See what I'm saying? Like that's what he's comparing. Something that's not something that's not like natural to something that's man-made. That's what he's talking
Right.
about.
Why would you have to like go into the X-Men and the Simpsons and all this other stuff for what? Like to prove that the Y came before the X and that don't even come before us in the alphabet. Come on now, we the alphabet. Okay, X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to the panel, Raphael. What's up?
What's going on, man? I heard a few things that was just said just now. That was kind of wrong. And it depends on where you're from and how you look at it. Like in certain languages, Y comes before X in the alphabet, especially in Afro-Asiatic language, Vietnamese as well. And then in certain situations, Y come before X in biology. So, but I'm definitely with that triple darkness, that's a concept of a birth creation within the creation of everything. But for feminists or for women, I should say for women, not feminists, for women. But everything comes in duality with a pair. I don't think nothing came without a pair. That's
well,
my
what they
opinion.
said that the woman come from the male. That means that the woman came from the Y chromosome, and then somehow it created an X. So we're the mutants versus the male being like a mutation. When all science is saying the opposite, that yes, the Y chromosome evolved from an ancestral X chromosome over hundreds of millions of years ago. So how can you like go against the National Institute of Health, NIH, to then turn around and say no, it has to be, it's different, right? So it's like what? You know,
Yeah, that's funny, and that's crazy. That is crazy.
Yeah,
because the universal concept shows everything is well put together. It's like a pizza. It's like a supreme pizza. Everybody got toppings, flavors. It's all laid out. It's a disc. It can be round. It can be flat. It can be everything. To me, I see the world as a pizza, and it's not one pizza. It's two pizzas. Because people say, do you believe in a parallel universe with up and down, with side side, boxing, Cuban, so if we're going to do this, and another analogy, I think I heard Jabari say which one came first, the chicken or the egg. The chicken obviously has to make the egg. The egg has no way to survive on its own. And you need two parents to make the egg. So it's like...
But what's even deeper is that we have every mechanism to create life. We have a period. We have an ovulation cycle. Men do not. Men do have a somewhat of an ovulation. They do have a cycle, but it's not the same thing of the cleansing and all the things that go on to make the perfect environment for another human body to live within us. And whether or not it takes parthenogenesis to like make this thing happen, or because if we do like talk about like the woman's clitoris, it is shaped like a penis, right? If you pull it back, it's shaped like a penis.
That shit like got a little bird beak on it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it got a little hood on it.
If you're a big down there, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're a little cootie cut. You know what's going on.
And it got a little, and it for real, and it's covered by a foreskin. You got to peel it back, so it's covered by a foreskin. You got to peel it back. is in the same objective of a man or the description of a man. And then I'm not saying that because I'm saying this is woman. So this is identical. This identity crisis we have going on here, because if we just look at what women can't reproduce, they might harbor all the other things of reproducing, but they do not harbor the sperm. And that's something that cannot be duplicated. And that's why they freeze women eggs, they freeze male sperm to come together. You cannot duplicate those two things. God won't let them do it. So
hello, but they're trying to. I think that they did make this the first thing in Holland right now. That's why they're saying that that is like the devil over there. You know what I'm saying? They didn't figure out a way to do that.
Took two male sperms from like rats or something and made it, or something like that. I think I might have read one time. I seen something like that. Like they use sperm.
And honey, these red pillars been waiting on that. See, we can procreate. So where's the baby gonna come out of? Your asshole.
So and I also seen something going back. I'm not sure how accurate this is, but with Hitler and people in prison, they were turning people into transgenders and stuff like that, doing modifications and surgery or whatever. And now they're saying that they're making it so they can get female body parts to men, and they can now.
You have to create. You have to actually do something artificial to create the perfect storm that it does to create life. So you can't say that female come from man, because we have a uterus, we have a cervix, we have what you call a tube.
Unfinished business.
It's a whole lot of like stuff going on there that even and it has to be the perfect thing. And then the actual egg chooses the sperm. Every sperm that hits against it don't get to come through. It says, okay,
that's true, but mostly
it selects the sperm that is allowed to permeate it. So,
yeah. But most like women come out looking like their fathers, though, so they come out more with the XX, but you still favor mostly the Y. Most of the genetics you're gonna get as a woman is gonna come from your father. Not even 90-something% is gonna come from your father before your mother. So,
and that's cool, but they're trying to say that we all came from the male. And
but if they're saying that, though, if you're gonna get most of your looks, your body structure, your agility, and creativity from your father, it's kind of obsolete in your mother house. She's a host now.
But hold on. The skin, the actual, all of the vitamins that actually, so just because you look like your father, but the actual host that actually feeds that embryo is the thing that even allows the vitamins within, is even allow the skin to absorb, the heart to like come in, all the different like organs and everything to even make you even look like your father, to like even for that whatever that is, to even that DNA to even permeate. If the woman ain't doing what's right, the baby is not even going to survive all the trimesters to even be able to like be born, let alone. So yes, the woman is not okay. So
I can agree with that. I'm gonna end it with this, right? Because even though you did say, like, let's say like the body parts of the woman. Let's say if you take her vagina lips and put them together, it look like a ball sack now. There's just no balls in there. So when we, don't
leave, because it's gonna get more crazier. Watch this.
Okay, sister, you basically saying that men are a better version of women.
I didn't want to say that.
You do realize that, right?
That's why you make that argument.
Yes, I didn't want to say that.
No, because something can mutate and still be.
Yeah, something can mutate and become better, or some can mutate and become worse. But
right, so we can't just immediately just go right to like, it became better.
So then fair
okay,
enough.
But here's the thing.
Whoa, wait.
I'm not, but I'm not here to say that Down syndrome is a mutation. Having a hole in your heart is a mutation.
That's right.
People have mutate and have multiple fingers and all type of extra limbs and stuff. So he done watched too much X-Men and Marvel comics. He don't understand that the mutations are not always a positive thing. He think that because we say it's a mutation of the X or the Y, that it's a positive thing.
Women go through a lot of mutations, especially with like antibodies and things like that in the bloodstream and stuff like that. So they actually take in a lot of DNA especially from other male counterparts. They've been, taking receiving sperm or saliva. They take it their receptors, so they take in whatever is presented to them or that is attached to them. So women do have the agility and ability to store information to cause more mutations.
Let me tell you why it's a big difference between a woman and a man. Okay, all right. My daughter, all right, she has her eggs in her uterus, right? When I held her inside of me, she already had her eggs. Her eggs were already there. It wasn't like they form over. Like I can she has a certain amount of eggs that she's gonna have for the rest of her life. And then when I was in my mother, I had my eggs. So bottom line is that right. So, but that does not happen with the male. A male have to regenerate sperm. So what are we talking about here?
So when we get into like the theory of that, that's like reincarnation. We regenerate sperm, right? But that's why when men wake up, you wake up on the rise, on the hard. Your body is replenishing itself. While the woman is actually depleting herself. She has a number that she cannot oversee. We have a number that cannot be accounted for.
Hello? So to me, which one is way more like, I would say that is like if I know that if I go, okay, there's Taco Bell, but then there's the tacos coming out of the Taco Bell, right? I could deliver a bunch of tacos in a Taco Bell, and Taco Bell could keep delivering tacos, but Taco Bell is still there. Like it only can like do with so much. You know what I'm saying? It can only like create so many tacos. You know.
That's when they come up with Chipotle and Qdoba. So now you got a different selection of women, which would be the tacos. And if women stop giving out tacos, then women will probably be more successful.
I believe so too. Let's go. That men and women are better than each other. That's not where I'm going.
Hold on. Fair enough. You said some can mutate to get worse, or some can mutate to get better. So let's look at the mutation. Do men have more survival skills than women?
Goalpost move right there.
I'll say he lost. I'm willing to say he lost that. He lost that for me. Saying that, it depends on the circumstance.
The fact that he had to switch it over to the survival skills, that means he lost the argument about the mutation of the XY chromosome. Right.
But
so he had to now change the subject into the survival mode. Go ahead.
Yeah, but that depends on the circumstances, though, because I believe women can outsurvive men in certain circumstances if they knew how to work together. Men can't technically work together for too long because out of violence, we will act out. You know what I'm saying? So it depends. They never want to factor balance out. Say I don't like there's no law. Me and Tom got a problem. Tom wants to build a house. I don't want to build a house. I want to take Tom's house. And I know I can. I'll just take Tom's house and kill him because there's nobody to stop me from taking Tom's house. I don't think women will move like that.
No, we wouldn't think like that. That's crazy. Like, no. Especially if there's children in there. But let's go.
But a man would.
Right, wouldn't give a fuck about no kids. You know what I'm saying? And blow up a whole like community of people.
Make new kids.
Entire nuclear bomb a whole society of people. That's what they talk about, like nuke them. Okay. Mm-hmm. But I don't think that would be the same like easy conversation with a female. But then they want to talk about that's why women can't lead. They love to say that's why women can't. They're gonna tell me this. Watch.
Longer is our
think about this. Women live longer than men, so I don't really get it. I don't know.
You live longer because of us.
Yes, but you also got to look at it.
You live longer because of us. You don't even realize that.
DJ Genesis, the greatest thing that men can do that women can't is regulate our body temperature. Women can't do that.
They can't even do it.
Women,
but I
this
can
is one great
that
thing
they can do that we can't, right? So we can bring this home. The X chromosome got more telomeres at the ends of at the tips of the
Absolutely.
Chromosome, so they can regenerate more, right?
Absolutely.
What, women have a better healing factor than men do?
Yeah, they cells regenerate better. So There's aspects to
that's a
both.
necessity. But when you look at the grand design of things, that's a necessity because they have to child rear, they have to nurture children around longer, right? So
yeah, what I'm saying is though originally we used to be able to do that.
Wait, you said these men gay.
I think the dude Angryman gay, yo. Like he ain't got nothing good.
Yeah,
I gotta be an internet persona or something. It gotta be the internet because like yo, how does he got so much against women? And he's supposed to be the more dominant one.
Nah, the nigga is gay. And then another thing too, I know women who do shit for less. I know women that line shit for less. So if he thinking that women ain't bodying shit, if they back against the wall, I don't know what kind of women he know because I know some G shit. So I don't know what the fuck he talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Thank
like
you.
that's why this women versus that's why this women versus man shit. The shit really get on my nerves to the point where that's why I already said that on Genesis stream a while ago. Niggas be gay. That's the whole shit to the whole thing.
Hey, yo, this is too much for me. Yo. Like it's almost like some old, not to be rude. It's on some Jabari Osaze, like when it like dude just bring out your meat, just start talking about the meat. Like what we doing?
Yeah, like come on, like seriously, without the woman, how the fuck we gonna reproduce? And you trying to battle women, so that means you trying to kill women. So what you gonna reproduce, nigga? 2 men can't fucking do nothing. So what you trying? What is your agenda? I don't know who told that nigga. Somebody told that nigga wrong. So I don't know what he thinking science is about to do. Make niggas have babies. I don't know what he thinking, but sir, change your mind. It's not happening.
I'm gonna end it with this though, bro. Like I'm not going nowhere, but like this conversation, like all the dudes we listening to, not even married, bro, and they probably not even in relationships. And then I don't know what to say about 607 because he said he not having sex, but you know, maybe
But
somebody.
he does have a woman. He does have a woman that he just is on a spiritual path, and so he has opted not to. I mean, but he does have a woman that loves him, that is there with him. He just not sitting over there like a eunuch over there. So I know that for a fact. I know him.
Okay.
Yeah. But see, that's the
So
point.
you say that men at one point were able to, so because they say that women had parthenogenesis. Are you saying that instead of women, it was men that it was parthenogenesis?
Both did.
What I'm saying is there is an archaic X chromosome that predates the X chromosome you have right now. You have a mutated deficient X chromosome. So when y'all use that argument to say that our Y is deficient, I'm saying both of them are. And the Y comes from an archaic Y chromosome that had much more abilities than it has today. So it's not really a mutated X chromosome. It's a mutated archaic Y chromosome, which wouldn't be called a Y chromosome. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and see,
so they had to like go into the archaic to still prove the same point that I said, is that there was an X chromosome, whether it was X chromosome from now or X archaic, which means it was an older X chromosome that created the Y. Still, there was an X chromosome that created the Y. So he thought that he ate with that, but okay, I agree. Yeah.
Or you can talk to some hermaphrodites, and they would tell you that the world came from them. If it started from one and they got both parts, and they gave the birth to their own self from their own self to the human reconstruction.
Boom.
That's all. But you know that's what the hermaphrodites be saying, and you know there's like a slim, like it's a 0.8 or 0.6% chance that you could become a hermaphrodite. So they probably the rarest of all. So they don't use that concept.
Here we go. Maybe that hermaphrodite is an archaic Y or X archaic.
That's
X.
what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm alluding to.
Here we go.
Is when we look at this, right? When it comes to male, female, there's trade-offs. You feel me? There's certain strengths that we get at the detriment of a weakness. And it's the same thing with y'all. There's certain strengths y'all get at the detriment of a weakness. But it's in my personal opinion, I believe it's divinely put that way so that we need each other. So that we're intertwined. instead of
What's wrong
one
with this
being
one?
independent of the other. Kind of like a puzzle piece fitting together.
He thought he ate with that. He thought he ate. No, he ain't eat.
Yeah, he thought it was like,
But that's just my
stupid.
opinion.
Obviously, it's a balance.
So, hey, I got a question. So, I've always wanted to look into the Egyptian hieroglyphs and look into the Egyptian gods and goddesses. Should I do that?
Man, you ain't got to do that. All you got to do is come to your boy. I just told him earlier what the Egyptian hieroglyphs said that they put on the screen. They just don't want to listen. There's no free parking, bro.
Why so?
I'm saying like Ptah and Imhotep.
Why so? Ain't in a chapter in the Quran called Al-Seer?
Yeah.
Where do you think that word Asir come from?
Is Egypt? I thought is it Cush?
Say Osiris in the original language. Because Osiris is a Greek form. I'm just saying that to get people to understand what I'm talking about.
You want me to say it in Greek?
If you don't know, I'll tell you.
No, I don't.
Asir.
Asir. So they saying Osiris is a Quran chapter, my brother.
Yeah.
And look, here come my evil little sister Venus talking about some men are the deficiency. Let me tell you something, Venus.
No, they're both deficient, Venus.
If it wasn't for us,
you gotta be an evil
squatting and pooping in a ditch in the damn woods if it wasn't for us. Like, stop it.
When people
see when niggas get dumb.
Dr. York said and don't know it because they heard so many people bite his words, they never gave credit. But
You would still be pooping in the ditch. Hell, you know what? You're probably better off pooping in the versus us doing a sewage system that's putting everything through a water plant, recycling it, and then putting it into our sinks and letting us drink out that water. I don't know which is worse, like to poop in a ditch or to go and take the water, put it through a process, and then recycle it back to us to drink. Like I don't know which one. What are we doing?
But that's what y'all really bite. So the guys y'all here are getting on social media and on YouTube and these panels get to talking that they just really misquoting Dr. York.
Hey, Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
To your point, women have a better health and immune system than we do. Women generally present stronger, more active immune systems. And y'all typically live longer. It's influenced by y'all hormonal protection, such as estrogen acting as cardiovascular health.
Hey, wait a minute, because Venus just clapped back, and that actually was a good clap back. She said it might have been happier in the woods. I can't even argue with that. I can't argue with that, bro. That's actually a good clap back. I can't argue with that. It might have been happier in the matter of fact, I'm almost convinced it was happier in the woods.
But they go back to what Genesis was talking about with the asexual beings doing parts of Genesis. What you think those 8 are, Genesis?
Asexual? You think they were men?
Amun is a man.
Yes, he definitely is.
So were they like screwing each other? Was it homosexual?
Oh my God.
Or could it have been something like what the hyenas do?
No. Why so?
I'm just bullshit.
Wait a minute. Why so? We got.
I'm sleepy, y'all.
Yeah, we can't.
No, she not. No, she asking a fair question because y'all niggas is.
No, I had to say I'm sleepy because they were about to go crazy on me. I said I'm just tired. I'm a little bit sleepy. That's all.
They started saying. When they started hearing that, and they like look at Hardwin's face. He like, nah, but something like that. He want to be like, he want to protect Dr. York so bad because Dr. York fooled them kids. So it's like, do you still discard the woman here? Like, what kind of panels? What we doing? Is we discarding the woman to put?
Exactly.
See.
I didn't know. Is he Dr. York? Is that what he is? Is he like a
doctor? Yeah, he had Nuwapian.
Ah, okay. Explains a lot. All right. I'm sleepy. Listen, guys, I'm about to like.
I'm not gonna be mad if you don't even know how blasphemous that was. What you just.
I'm about to go to bed, y'all. I'm tired.
You saw what I just tried to do.
Listen, I'm about to go to bed, y'all. That was crazy what I just said. But listen, much love, guys. Oh no, he ain't gonna let me leave. I gotta go to bed. I'm tired. I've been up since 6 o'clock. I haven't even been asleep for 24 hours. And I'm still getting with y'all niggas. I'm still giving it to him though. I said tomorrow. I didn't say so. That was crazy.
As long as we can acknowledge it, I'm cool. All right. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
acknowledge it. I just didn't want to go too deep and get too
Venus,
harsh.
even though it was happier in the woods, you still needed a man to stand there while you pooped in that ditch to make sure that nothing jumped on you.
Though?
Yeah, you did.
I'm sorry. We forget about like the grandmas that were the best hunters. You guys gotta cut that out. Stop all this like female bashing.
It's not female bashing.
I get tired of y'all always listen.
No, you did the male bashing when you tried to act like it wasn't the females was the first.
I was not male bashing by saying that. What's wrong with that?
Well, okay, so if you're not male bashing, then we not woman
women
bashing.
have babies, like what's the big deal?
Ain't no big deal. That's amazing. What I'm telling you is,
why is that negative?
It's not negative. What I'm saying is, you're saying that we're bashing and we're just equal opportunity ass whoopers.
Show me a male.
How is it?
How the man had the baby?
Well, show me a woman that had babies.
I'm about
to go to bed. I'm sorry.
You must don't know seahorses give birth.
I'm sleepy.
How is it?
No, them are male seahorses that do that. By the way.
Male seahorses give birth.
All right. Okay, so I guess we can poop babies out of our behind now. So okay, whatever we can do to like substantiate that argument. Okay.
Genesis, I didn't. What I brought up was ISIS for
and when I see a male poop a baby out of his ass, I'll be like, yes, right on.
And when I see a woman give birth to a baby without a man,
I never said a woman could do that, but I said that that people believe in part that. I never said that could ever happen. I believe it's a dual thing. I think that things are in correct order, male and female that come together. I believe that the universe is a balanced universe of male and female energy. I don't believe that one is better than the other. But for some reason,
I'm still trying to figure out how woman bashing.
One's more superior.
How is it woman bashing to say that a man would stand there to protect his woman while she used the bathroom? How is that woman bashing?
I never said
God,
what I'm saying.
Did you hear what you just said?
Like,
what the fuck is wrong?
I never said it was woman bashing, first of all, or male bashing, or whatever bashing.
That's what he said.
I was saying that pretty much like, what about the grandmas that were the hunters and were some of the best hunters? A lot of times, everybody wants to discount the women's role in hunting, like we were just these helpless beings on the earth. But then they said some of the best hunters were the women grandmas.
No,
so everybody was not. Women are not these helpless creatures. No, women are not these helpless creatures that men make us out to be. And we need to cut that bullshit out and stop it.
Most of the women in the tribe.
Crazy. You know what's crazy? This was.
You see how stupid niggas is? The women do the hunting. Don't in the animal kingdom the women do the hunting. So what the fuck is he talking? And then this is what I don't like. He's sitting there talking about taking a shit and we gotta like guy. Then he talking about I didn't say nothing.
How many times a woman got? So every time a woman got to take a shit, she need a man to go help her. Are you fucking kidding me?
He going far fetched, like
data from research. Let me just say this for y'all people in the back. All right, data from research on both ancient and modern foraging societies reveals that older women, including grandmothers, are frequently the most successful and skilled hunters in their villages. Studies analyzing the division of labor across various cultures have provided these fascinating insights. Hunting is universal. Okay? In an analysis of modern hunter-gatherer societies across the globe, researchers discovered that women actively hunt in 79% of the societies for which data is available. Grandmothers excel rather than being limited to gathering. Women regularly possess their own distinct toolkits. Researchers from Seattle Pacific University found that older women, particularly grandmothers, were frequently the most skilled and purposeful hunters in their groups. In cultures like the Hadza of Tanzania, older women past childbearing age play a pivotal role in feeding their communities. With years of accumulated wisdom and experience, grandmothers are highly effective at tracking animals, landing shots, and mentoring young hunters. These findings directly challenge traditional man the hunter narrative, illustrating that women have always been essential providers of wild meat. Okay?
Oh yeah,
Stop it.
we know that from. But I know you brought up the cartoon earlier, like X-Men and stuff like that. But you got people like Storm. Then you got Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman was based off the the homie tribe. She's supposed to be an Amazon. These women were warriors. They went out and fought. Now that's just theology or whatever, or mythology or whatever, mythical studies or whatever. But in reality, there's nowhere in the western part of the world, the eastern part of the world, I'm sorry, where black men and black women or people together did not work together. Men, and it was no label on duties. It was just a duty. Men do it, women do it. That's an American thought process.
And let me get back to the Sibyls because, like, listen, because this what they're saying is about to go all the way left, and I just want to, like, just for the record, actually bring this back up, right? Let me go back to the Sibyls, right? Let's go back into the actual healers and the medicine women that were of that time. And yes, there was a time where the women were the healers. Okay, in society, they had secret societies, and they kept their healing practices. But they were too powerful. And so what happened is the men used the younger woman. They married the younger woman, and they said, "Listen, we need to know what they're doing." And once the men found out what they were doing, they made it illegal for the woman to do it, and then the men became the ones that had to do it. Now, what happened in this conversation is, why are you trying to make the women above the man? Let's go. I'm gonna do this real. I'm gonna like play this little bit of it. I'm not gonna go too deep into it, but I just want to like to show that people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Let's go.
No, they don't.
Circulate. They don't, do they?
No, because and just like ancient stories show you, the women was fortune tellers and psychics back in the day too. See, that's what I'm saying. They stupid, so stupid. They don't.
How many men do you see out here doing divination? Now they got the babalawos doing it, but for the most part, divination is really a feminine practice.
I think it's always been around now, and then like I'm gonna say,
but for men,
yeah, for men. I think it's always been around for men. When we have like shamans, we even had little shows. Like I don't know if you watch Sci-Fi Channel, you probably did. You might. And they used to have this show called Highlander, where he cut your head off.
Why is everybody like doing this, going into the movies and stuff?
Because the movies portray basically, the images of what they thought
what they want you to believe how it was,
or what they thought.
In a patriarchal society, they're going to take the role that really originally was a feminine role.
But I'm not saying that though. But that's not my point. My point is saying that it's something that anyone could do. If you start looking at those Celtic people and if you looked at white people, white males always use divination. So
divination comes from Africa.
Yeah, but white people always use it.
No, black people always use it. There's a divination.
Yeah, I'm saying it comes from us, but white people are using it more now because
I don't care.
Christianity has overthrew that. So we're not using divination because of the population of Christianity. So you have a small fraction of the world who use that, who study African spirituality.
You don't even know what divination really is. Do you know that when you actually go to a football game, that there's a guy, it's called a referee. How does that game start? Is he not wearing a black and a white uniform with stripes on it, and then he tells you to flip a coin? That's divination.
I get
that
it.
Divination
I
tells
do know
you
what
what
that
team
is.
is supposed to start. So that's divination right there.
Yeah, I do know. And who runs to the perfect example? White people own football. All the referees are majority white. Niggas work for the NFL, which uses divination before every game and is a betting app on what goes on that is ran by a group of people. So they're controlling the situation. That's a prime example. You helped make my case right there.
Okay, maybe I don't understand how, but okay, I'm not gonna. But listen, let's go into the symbols, and this is like the story. Let's go.
Around the intellectual communities and the Black conscious communities. One of the biggest myths is the Bible is a white man's book. Wrong, incorrect. And you've been made to believe that so that you can stay away from it. Number two, that the authorship of many of the books of the Bible were all written by men. Also, if you want to factor in the pre-biblical text, such as the Sumerian text, the Enuma Elish, you may be surprised who were the muses behind these divinely inspirational writings, codes to live by, or apocalyptic cryptic prophecies, such as the Book of Revelations. If your perception has been brainwashed, like everybody else on the globe, that the biblical text come from the thoughts, inspirations, and only the hands of white patriarchal men, or even melanated patriarchal men, then I will ask you to look in the inverse of those descriptions. What is the opposite of man? Woman. What is the opposite of white? Black. But the key is to not only research within the Bible, just only quoting scriptural text, but you must search outside of the Bible from an intellectual level, not just an emotional level. And you have to be able to be brave enough to put your cognitive dissonance aside. Now, I'm going to warn you, this video may offend some people, so make sure you are absolutely ready to dive into this research. But as I always state, it is never my intention to offend, but to inform, and not to convert you away from what you believe or what your opinions are, but to cause you to think. Have you ever attended a Southern African American Black church, or even a Caribbean church where it's run mostly by women, or the women have a big influence in the church, such as the church mothers, and the music is lively and filled with the spirit? Did you know that some of that is in your DNA? Like the saying goes, there is nothing new under the sun. And some of these traits have been apparent even before the birth of Christ, which you may be surprised to see in modern times from women who don't even realize where they are getting it from because it's in their ancestry. Also, have you noticed that most of the people who get moved in church are usually two groups of people, women and men who are more in touch with their feminine side? There is a reason behind that as well. So join me in this video. Be patient. And if you're not the patient type, check out the timestamps for the areas that you're most interested in. And we're going to dive deep into how it is very possible that the Sibyls helped inspire the book we know today as the Holy Bible. This may ruffle some people's feathers, but I'm going to discuss the racial and ethnic background of many of the Sibyls, because for some of you, you have a right to know this in order to understand missing pieces within your heritage, and how something that happened all the way in the Mediterranean and so-called North Africa and East Africa ended up creating a wave of migration over 1,000 years into West Africa, the transatlantic slave trade, and even America before Columbus. So if you want to better understand generational curses that you may be going through that were prophesied by the Sibyls and the Book of the Prophets, if you want to understand why we do what we do and where we got it from, stay tuned. And be sure to share this with your family and friends, having intellectual discussions, and discuss this amongst one another in the comment section respectfully. Peace and bliss. It's just information.
He's making the story sound like some Greek tragedy.
Lighten up, dude. Our story actually begins long before Hercules, many eons ago.
The Sibyls were a group of female prophets and seers from ancient times whose prophecies were believed to foretell the coming of Christ. Some say that the Sibyl prophecies were used by the Roman papals to create the foundations of the Christian Bible. The name Sibyl derives from the Greek word Sibylla, meaning prophetess, and is associated with prophetic wisdom and divine guidance. They entered into states of ecstatic frenzies and spoke in tongues and prophesied the future. Like many oracles, the Sibyls seemed to be possessed by a divine frenzy. When they spoke, they often seemed to be out of their mind or mad. To the ancients, this was not an indication of fault. Rather, it was an indication that they had indeed touched the divine world. The Sibyls produced the world's first oracles, which were spoken in ecstatic exclamations.
Because this level of release, supernatural strength.
Think of the word oracle as related to the word orator or oratory or oral, meaning spoken from the mouth. In the ancient world, there were many women oracles, prophetesses, who would speak and utter mysterious predictions to those who came to them asking for their help and guidance. In this fashion, many women not only found a place in society, but an elevated place in the religious consciousness of mankind. Deborah was one of the few female prophetesses mentioned in the Bible. Here is some information about her aspect as an actual Sibyl. Deborah performs her prophetic activities as a Sibyl under the palm of Deborah. There were other prophetesses implied and subtly mentioned in the Bible, such as Prophetess Deborah, Prophetess Miriam, and also the unnamed wife of Prophet Isaiah. In Isaiah chapter 8, verse 3, Isaiah states, "And I went unto the prophetess, and she conceived and bare a son." The funny thing about the name Isaiah is many people don't know that the true Hebrew pronunciation of Isaiah is Yeshayah or Yeshayahu. And another thing that people often tend to overlook about the name Isaiah or Yeshayah or Yeshayahu is that it means salvation or Yah's salvation. Now, another thing to note going even deeper is the prefix Yesha is feminine in origin. Also, Isaiah is the prophet in the Old Testament that implied the coming of a Christ. So with that being said, and Isaiah's book being a lot about salvation, Yeshayahu, salvation, could it be that Isaiah's wife is actually the one that prophesied the coming of Christ with the Sibyls foretelling the coming of Christ, as we will see in the upcoming receipts in just a minute. Now, I will also give a quick reference to Miriam, who was another prophetess in the Bible. Then Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Aaron, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her with timbrels and dancing.
Pray, then I gotta get it out. I gotta pray.
Let's take a look at this article from the late, great Mama Zogbe, known as Vivian Hunter Hendrew. And in the article, it asks the question, did Black women author the Bible? The article states, they were believed to have established the Vatican's holy seat and advised the world's leaders. In ancient times before Christ, it was the Sibyls that healed lepers and cast out demons. It was a Sibyl who called up the prophet Samuel. Their prophecies were used by the emerging Roman papals to create a Western theological foundation and became the undisputed precursor for the Christian Bible. In the book of 1 Samuel, chapter 28, it was King Saul who actually improperly breached his covenant with the Almighty to seek the Sibyl to conjure up the old prophet Samuel in order to see what Samuel had to say to him. The woman was known as not as a Sibyl, but as the Witch of Endor in modern Bibles. In other articles by different writers, it states that Christian tradition took up the Sibyls, respected them, and indeed the work of God being established in and through them. References in the description box. Contrary to popular belief, not all Sibyls were so-called pagans or idolaters either. Many Sibyls were either henotheist or even monotheist to a certain degree. Not all of them were polytheist. The Sibyls and prophets foretelling Christ the Savior.
Just so far, what's your thoughts, Tony? Oh, I guess I lost. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? We get to talk about the female and how they were doing stuff. Let's go.
Let the Sibyl prophetess then be the first to sing to us the song of salvation. Indeed, Christians believed that they, the Sibyls, gave authentic prophecies not only of the coming of Christ, but also of the end of the world. Their prophecies about the end of the world have been preserved in holy tradition as they are remembered in the Dies Irae. The Sibyls were female seers from ancient times whose prophecies were thought to have foretold the coming of Christ. Many early Christian apologists and church fathers, including Augustine, quoted the Sibylline oracles, which many Christians came to believe were inspired by the Holy Spirit. Christians, however, interpreted some of the Sibylline oracles as divinely inspired prophecies of the coming of Jesus, especially the Sibylline prophecy of a future savior of Rome from Virgil's 4th Eclogue. The Vatican museums have multiple works of art featuring Sibyls, including the Room of Sibyls in the Borgia Apartments and the Sistine Chapel ceiling. This room of the Sibyls in the Apostolic Palace depicts 12 Sibyls or Old Testament prophets painted by Pinturicchio. The Sibyls are shown with scrolls representing the coming of the Christ. Even the Vatican Museum itself gives testament that the prophets and sibyls are identified by a text in the label below them and are those who were the first to sense the coming of the Redeemer. Source listed above in the red circle. Christian sibyls. Nascent Christianity could find no better aid for its apologetics than the Sibylline poems, and it is due to the fact that the utterances of the Jewish sibyl have been preserved in considerable fragments, while the words of the pagan sibyl have been almost entirely lost, although it must be admitted that the fragments of the latter, which have escaped destruction, are more pithy, poetic, and valuable than the Jewish portion. Christianity has not only preserved these poems, but has also added to them, so that the Sibylline utterances in their present form are a mixture of Jewish and Christian elements, imposing upon criticism of the task of separating them. Now let's talk a little bit about a popular sibyl called the Erythraean sibyl, which should really be called the Eritrean sibyl. Remember that in those times, Eritrea and Ethiopia were one land, so it's really the Ethiopian sibyl. The Erythraean or the Eritrean sibyl is believed to have predicted the coming of Christ in an acrostic poem that spelled out Jesus Christ, God's Son, Savior, Cross. The Erythraean or Erythraean sibyl is often depicted in Christian art, such as in Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel murals. But of course, her image has been lightened heavily. Now, I'm not going to get too deep into this topic. I'm just going to present it as something that you can do your own research about. But there has been speculation that the actual book of Revelation was originally written by a sibyl. So on this part, I'm going to provide you some evidence from some articles and some research, and you can do your own research about this particular matter, because I'm actually not too well versed on the Revelation part of what we're discussing. The original book of Revelation. The original book of Revelation was written around 500 BCE. It was part of a collection of prophecies written by a woman named Hierophile and lived in a cave near the ancient town of Cumae in Campania, Italy. She was known as the Cumaean Sibyl, and the general populace considered her a slowly aging but immortal priestess, but remains of the Cumae and the adjoining caves are 2 hours' drive from Rome and are open to tourists today. Hierophile was one of several women who prophesied under the supposed inspiration of some deity and delivered her prophecies in a frenzied state.
Now I'll say this, is that didn't they just try to make them out to be like these witches that were charge it up. Wasn't they trying to make that seem like they were just like these witches that were in these movies that ate them, the witches that was in the movies that was doing it, blah, 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 they were witches? So yeah, your book of Revelations might have been written by a sibyl.
She was considered the greatest seer. And with the discovery of the Vatican scrolls, it is possible to prove that the sibyl influence reached deeply into the Christian book called the New Testament. One of those books was written by her and later became the Book of Revelation. In a different article, it states, is the Bible's Book of Revelation a plagiarism of the Sibylline oracles written in 510 BC? The Sibylline Revelation. The original author of the Book of Revelation, the Cumaean Sibyl, though, was always highly regarded as a clairvoyant by the Roman Catholic Church. Even today, she can still be seen magnificently portrayed by Michelangelo in a prime central position among the great patriarchs of the Bible stories depicted on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel in the Vatican itself. A total of 278 verses of the Sibyl's predictions are also found in the book of Exodus, Psalms, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Daniel, and Zechariah, indicating the high value placed on her forecast by Old Testament authors. The Sibylline books were lost to history for many centuries until the second book was discovered in the Vatican archives some decades ago by Edmund Zakelli. This photo here is not a Photoshop. This is actually a photo from 1641 by an artist by the name of George Jameson, which was later revamped and lightened in color by a later artist that refurbished the artwork. In 1641, 12 paintings representing the Sibyls were gifted to King's College by Principal William Guild. A receipt found in the archives implied the identity of the original artist to be George Jameson, but affirmed that during the 18th century, the works had been restored and repainted by Cosmo Alexander. There were many other depictions of the Sibyls, especially in medieval times, that had them looking more mulatto, where you could still see the Africoid phenotype on the depictions and even braided hairstyles. But as time went on, the pictures of the Sybils got whiter and whiter, of course. Many say that the race and the ethnicity of the Sybils don't matter. And anyway, what would the Sybils have to do with any of us over here? Well, I'm about to show you. Let's put this in proper context.
Is my background too loud?
No, it's not. I don't hear your background at all.
Okay.
All right. So, you have any thoughts, or you want to play some more, or what?
You know what? You can keep playing this.
All right, let's
This
go.
new.
I don't think that people are realizing the geography and just how close that Greece, Rome, and all of those different Mediterranean countries are to North Africa, and even going down into sub-Saharan Africa, because in ancient times and even in the 80s, there was no such thing as sub-Saharan Africa and North Africa. And all of those people were people of color at that time, and they were easily going back and forth. So let's put this in proper context. Some of these places are closer than Miami is to Cuba. Some of these places are as close as Houston is to New Orleans. Some of these places are not as far as Los Angeles is to Arizona. So let's put this in proper context. It was not difficult for people to travel and get on their boats and their camels and travel back and forth. The Sybils were a big part of the Kushite Ethiopian Empire, so-called North Africa, which is an erroneous term, and also Greek and Roman culture. They lived there because Africans went back and forth to the Mediterranean because it was so close. But let's also talk about the Roman persecution, to where people of color were fleeing. They were going back down into Africa, all the way down through Egypt, through Nubia, through Sudan, and then they hit a westward move and started moving towards Chad and eventually Nigeria, on into West Africa. And that's how a lot of them and their customs ended up in the west part of the continent of Africa. And then later on, you have the slave trade. So these people moved all the way from the northern areas, fleeing Roman persecution, coming down into the continent of Africa and going westward into West Africa, eventually being caught up in the slave trade. But also keep in mind, too, even before the slave trade, these people of color were traveling to the Americas even before Columbus. They made it here and were already here establishing their customs in the West. And that is how they made it to the West. And remember, this is over a 1,000-year time period. So imagine the migrations that are possible within 1,000 years to places that are that close to one another, as far as Europe, the Mediterranean, and Africa. It's not very difficult to conceive if you really think about it logically. Now, since this video is about the Bible, I will discuss an old urban legend about William Shakespeare helping to edit the Bible along with King James. But that could be just pure speculation. I'm not saying that that part is fact. But I'm only bringing this up because there is a fact about one thing, is that Shakespeare lived with a woman by the name of Amelia Bassano, a Black Jewish woman from Venice, Italy, or what you would call a Moorish woman at that time. And she wrote many of the plays and the artistry work done by Shakespeare, and that has been proven. Check it out.
Plays of William Shakespeare were actually written by a Black Jewish woman called Amelia Bassano Lanier. This is a very revolutionary theory, but it's beginning to make sense. She was, after all, England's first published woman poet. She wrote a book in 1611 called Salve Deus, and she was also mistress to the man in charge of the English theatre. What's more, we've found her signatures on 7 of the plays.
For all you scholars, graduates, students, and lovers of Shakespeare's sonnets, prepare to be amazed. For in the coming year, I bring to the table undeniable evidence that proves the sources used by the poet are the same sources used by Amelia Bassano Lanier's Salve Deus Rex Judaeorum, or Hail God, King of the Jews. I will prove that Amelia Bassano Lanier is the only person who could have penned the sonnets, as Amelia being one of 2 candidates of Shakespeare's mistress, the Dark Lady. But she was a dark Jewish noblewoman, a scholar, yet sharing the wisdom of her ancestors.
Amelia lived with Shakespeare for a decade and is the Dark Lady in Shakespeare's sonnets.
Thoughts?
I'm mind blown. I need somebody to spark this up. I'm mind blown. I'm really trying to like this hit hard because I got something. This kind of look like the Christians more than anybody. Now I ain't gonna say the Christians. I'm sorry. It looks like the Abrahamic faith has wiped the woman out. Nothing other than that. And white supremacy.
That's why I'm not surprised.
That's what I got from watching that. White supremacy and the Abrahamic faith taking over the religion, to exile women. And because the Bible really doesn't even talk about the Sibyls and those prophetess such as that are in there, there's not many.
Hello. But you have people like this who will get up here and be up here arguing and debating about the feminine or the woman and whatever, the priestess, the people that were able to, like, you know, they want to debate about like male versus female. It's like, bro, like you have no idea what the truth is. Let's go.
Crazy.
Right.
That's crazy.
Going all the way back to biblical texts, y'all still have the same inferiority complex going all the way back to Eve and every other one. Do you realize y'all's biggest problem?
I don't believe in none of that shit, Eve, or none of that.
Biggest problem throughout history.
I don't believe in that. I don't believe in Eve. I don't believe in Genesis. I don't think it's a true story. I think it's mythology. See, you understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't have to say nothing. Like, come on now. So I just played that showed you everything that came, whatever was going on, right? But then you have a person like this that is so like indoctrinated that no, we have to be trying to compete. You know, it's like, no, there's no competition. Like you ain't wrote a Bible verse, ain't wrote nothing, but these women do.
But man versus woman don't really exist. Only the genetics exist. Everybody's only comparing each other, man versus women, because we want the best genetics. Now, if we took if everybody run a 4.5, everybody was 6'1", we wouldn't be having this problem because we all would be equal in a certain extent, to a certain degree. This has nothing to do with men versus women. This is all about who has the best genetics.
Straight up. There we, okay, good point. I believe that Genesis is mythology.
I tell you what, Genesis believes in you because it described your ass accurately.
Okay.
I tell you that.
Do it.
So here's the thing. At the end of the day, y'all still have the same issue. Y'all still do not like or want to accept your position in life.
Honey, I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in that.
Okay, but
not a Christian
I believe all that stuff is mythology. Listen, even the scholars, say that the first the books of the Torah are mythology, mythological stories meant to make a point. This is like fairy tales that you tell kids to like show them how to be moral and all this other crazy stuff. So people are taking fairy tale books.
What? Wait,
Listen, I'm about to go to bed. I don't know.
Wait, before you go, don't go yet. Genesis.
I'm tired.
Okay, give me 1 minute. You think that the Ife stories are fairy tale?
The first books of the Torah are fairy tale.
No, that's not my question, Genesis. Come on, you finna go to sleep.
Ife books are Ife books are fairy tales too.
Oh wow, okay, you got it.
The stories are, but the thing is that they're meant to make a point. Let me tell you what I mean by fairy tales.
Do not believe that.
Hold on, it's not Ife. No, it's Ifa. What I'm trying, no, there are stories meant. They're called apathics, right? They are stories meant to make a point about different aspects.
You sound like Jabari right now.
No, that's the reality.
But that's not reality because
the Odu are stories meant to make a point. The parts of the Odu that are real are the prescriptions of the Odu, but the stories in it is to make a point of like, okay, so and so did this, da da da. He went up the river, blah blah. This is an anecdotal story meant to make a point about a subject to make you understand what you should do in life. Now,
you are contradicting the problem. Earlier, Genesis, on here when Starnetta was up here, you said that the Ife literally believe Obatala and them were physical beings that walk this planet. That's what you said. Now you switching it up.
That is true. That they believe.
So
but no, I'm not talking about the Orisha. I'm talking about the Odu. I think that people to get the Odu mixed up with the Orisha, right? The
Hey,
Odu,
he don't even know what
of Olodumare. The Orisha are like really. So y'all can see what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, right. And look, I know one thing.
So the word is similar to the Bible, right? Odu is like the Bible. The Orisha are like the angels in the Bible.
I noticed that they don't have a lot of like people who like study the Ifa or the Yoruba on Science Channel, because that would kind of like put a end to this Kemet on trial they keep on doing, realizing that Kemet and the Orishas kind of like have the same concept.
The reason why they keep doing that is because the Kemet is a dead. It's not dead, but it's like no one is really like. I mean, you'll see people like Natur and whatever, like like I'm a Kemet priest and this, that, the other. But there is no like universal like religion that has been maintained over time that practices Kemet ancient religion. You might have a few Kemet priests and whatever, but really, like, I mean, Yoruba and like the actual like Ifa has millions of people practicing it. So it has been maintained, but this came out of the
it's been
Valley.
around. It's been around just as long as Kemet.
Because it came out of the lower regions of Nile Valley. So therefore, like people want to talk so much about Kemet, but they're not talking about the Yoruba and the actual like the thing that actually was the one thing that actually sustained Kemet beliefs. But it came into what happened is that the names changed over time. Like I said, you see how it showed like that migration down into southern Sudan into Nigeria. And that's what I said earlier, right? And they agreed with me. Well, or I'm not sure if we got to that point, but we're gonna see it. Let's go. I'm gonna play some more. Let's go. The Patakis, the stories of the Odu, what they are stories meant to make a point.
That's
because
true.
I can make a Pataki. I can make a new Odu. Each house can make Odus. No, let me explain. Listen, the Odus of Ifa are constantly growing, and people can make a new story up to make a point.
I've been
to
having
explain the actual Odu that comes out, the number
debates
in the dividend. Man, you're listening. You're talking through me, bro.
I've been having these debates.
It don't matter what you've been having.
You know the reason why.
Listen,
you want to know the reason why?
Harwin, listen. You know the reason why. Individually, I can break it down to you.
Why people want
I'm tired. I'm sleepy.
Allegories. The reason why they want to make allegories is because in those scripts, in all of those texts, it says that you're second to the man. That's the only reason.
Is that what you? That's all. No, that's not.
That's the only reason y'all think it's relevant.
No, that's the only reason.
That's what you really think.
Yo, this nigga is too predictable. This nigga is too predictable. Yo, this nigga's too predictable. That's all he got. Yo, the nigga is the same thing every time. He's too predictable. You know what he's going to say. That's not a good thing. That's not good at all.
Everything have to do whenever a woman speaks is because she's trying to be above the man.
Exactly. That's it. Right.
Which is really stupid. It's dumb. When you actually think about this, like it ain't even think about the man.
He's a one-trick pony like his oppressor. He's a one-trick pony. You know his playbook. It's not good. We supposed to be a versatile people, a people of spontaneity. He has none of that.
Yeah, that is like a one-trick pony. Like that, everything got to equal out to you trying to be better than the man.
Exactly.
That's all you can say.
That shit is yo. That shit is crazy.
And those stories are the Orisha mentioned. Yes or no?
Listen,
Are the
man,
Orisha-
listen. All of the Orisha have different stories, and they live their life in different ways. And the whole thing was to make a point about how you should live your life.
Are you saying
The
that it's
stories
fake? Yes or no?
What happened? No, it's not. Okay, if I like roll the dice and I say, okay, this number came out and it goes to this story about such and such and such and such. Mary had a little lamb, was pleased with light and soul, and everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go. So so what is this story really about? This story is about Mary who had a lamb, and all right. So then there's a song that's about it, and the whole objective is that to teach a lesson.
Did you really compare Mary had a little lamb to, you know what? You got it.
No, I did compare it. I compared it because
if you were the ephod, do believe that them stories.
What's so funny?
Right.
What don't you understand?
Right. She told you the story is just telling you, is basically just, it doesn't matter about the story. It's just telling you the lesson of the story. Fuck the story. It's the lesson within the story. What your direction you have to go in life, the instruction you have to follow. Forget what the story, forget the characters in the story. It's about what this thing is portraying. But they can't understand that though. There's some mental block. Can't understand it.
And no matter what I say, it's like, and then now it's a joke, it's funny. I'm like, bro,
right.
I tried to break it down in the way that you could understand it by Mary had a little lamb because you're fucking too stupid to actually get. If I like brought the Odu out, you'd be like really confused.
You had to say something hard to propane for men like that. We can't say Mary had a. You can't give nursery rhymes and slim analogies and saying shit like Jabari be talking about it's raining, literally raining cats and dogs. You can't do that. You gotta talk to these guys
But no, they listen. They wouldn't understand if I like brought the Odu out. They be. I'm not gonna let them sit there and if I brought the Odu out, they really would be confused.
Yeah,
they'd be like, "Well, what the fuck is this talking about?"
But that's what.
So I had to break it down into like fables and mythological.
That's what you do to men, though, because men like require authority, and if we don't know something, unless we're trying to be an asshole, if you say something over our heads and we don't know, we get quiet. So you need to silence the men for shit they don't know.
So maybe that was what I did wrong in this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Yep, good point.
It's real.
And you know what's crazy? You would have been better off. You would have been better off using Ace of Fable, bro.
This what you're saying is not hard. I swear to God,
I'm trying to explain that it's a song, right? Mary.
Yes,
no, listen, stop it. What I'm trying to explain to you is that this is a song that someone sang that had a story, right? So Mary had a little lamb with there was a underlying story behind Mary had a little lamb, right? But the story was sung in a certain verse. It's the same way as in
an allegory.
The
word you're looking for is allegory.
No, I'm trying to listen. The Odu is sung in a song format, right?
Looking for is
allegory. And so the song format of the Odu has a vibration, and there is a prescription.
It's an allegory.
It's not a fucking allegory.
Yes, it is.
Let me look at what is let's look at what an allegory is, because your ass is just like only focused on allegory.
An allegory is a literal device or artistic technique. Character settings and events in a story are used as symbols to represent a hidden abstract meaning, typically a moral, political, or philosophical truth. It's an allegory.
No, honey, it's deeper than an allegory, because the actual symbol that it represents equals a prescription.
Ain't that what
if I tell you that if I read off the symptoms of
that's literally the definition I just gave.
If I read off the prescription of cancer, right?
This is why y'all not better than us.
You're just talking. You know what? I'm done.
The
reason why you're not better than us because you can't even hold yourself enough for me to explain myself.
Better than us.
It's hard staying focused sometimes.
This nigga argues with women every day, dog. I would have a headache. This shit is crazy. You argue with women every day, all day. Damn.
You know what I'm saying? He rather speak over you than let you make your point because he wants to be the authority on something he doesn't even know that he's never studied E5, he never been initiated, he don't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's saying it's just allegory. No, you're a Christian, sir. So the only thing that you have to equate based on your knowledge is that it's just simple allegory.
He's in a
you have
fucking
no
game.
other reference or no frame of reference outside of Christianity. So so you can only like dumb it down to allegory. No, it's more than allegory. If I go to the doctor will say, well, listen, based on these, you have these specific, okay. They can like tell me a story. You know, a person came in my office and they said this, that, the other. And based on what they told me, well, guess what? You need to like take care of your stomach. You need to like take these medicines. Here is some. You have like vitamin D deficiency. You know, based on what you're telling me, that is the difference between an Odu, okay, and an allegory story in the Bible. They're gonna try to say it's the same thing in the Bible. It's like no, the Bible. You can't read the Bible and get a diagnosis of a problem beyond change change the way that you're behaving. No, in Ifa, in I Ching, in what's the Indian thing, Ayurveda, when you go to a priest and then they give you they tell you the story, there's a diagnosis and a actual like herbal remedy for the problem. That's way different than I read a verse in the Bible and then you just I get this knowledge upon my head to change my behavior. That's only addressing one point of the problem. A lot of times in Ifa, it'll say that on top of you having a mental issue, there's also a physical issue that is happening, and you might need to take these herbs to heal that issue. That's the difference. And I couldn't get it out because they kept interrupting. Let's watch when you watch it. Look. Hey, but I don't need to be better than you.
You don't even understand definitions.
No, you don't even understand how to like let me finish my sentence.
Definitions.
Okay, you win. All right.
I know.
It's allegory.
I know.
All right. So you win. You know it. Okay, fine.
I'm confused.
Pataki, listen. Pataki is a Pataki. No, a Pataki is a story in Yoruba meant to illustrate a point. It's not just an allegory.
And an allegory is meant to make a point.
The actual story also has a prescription to it. There is more than an allegory, sir.
The little boy that cried wolf is an allegory. Okay, Mary had a little lamb is a freaking allegory.
Sir. See, so so what they did was I said one thing, and now they're like trying to just compartmentalize. They have to box that in. They can't see beyond the box. They can't see beyond allegory. They can't see that, if I tell a story to make a point, that there's other things that not only tell a story to make a point, but also can give you a diagnosis of a problem and a prescription. Their mind can't wrap their heads around like that. That's what's happening here. So it's hard for them to understand. Go ahead.
Right. And then he's criticizing you, but he's in a fake pagan gang or Christian. Unbelievable. This shit is unfucking believable.
Insanity, right? It's like, okay.
Unbelievable. Yo, this shit is crazy. You would think this stupid ass nigga, the way he talking like he's some kind of philosopher, got some knowledge. Guy.
Like he was about to break some shit down. He didn't break it down. Nothing.
Maybe I'm really pseudo. Maybe I'm like 100. You know what Unc be saying? I'm 100. Maybe I'm 100% pseudo. Because I'm the type of person that's going to tell you that the Orishas is real. Those spirits are real.
But I never argued against that. I never argued against that.
I know what you're saying. Because to me, when you did that Mary had a little lamb, you gave them allegorical. But if you would have stuck into the book where or the traditions of the Yorubas of the Orishas, then you would have it would have been more of a context for him to stay there with you. That was like a quick I can go ham on this because
a child's nursery song. See what I'm
Right.
saying? But
I
it
can
held
admit
weight
that
though.
yeah, you know what? Maybe the choice of what I chose to explain it was wrong.
Mm.
However,
you did that
if
for
they were
motherhood.
allow me to elaborate and not just go into a whole like no, you know what I'm saying? So once I said that, it was like no, like they couldn't quite wrap their heads around it. But I was trying to explain something on a very
Yeah. Also, what you did was you went right into you went right into motherhood with that. And those are grown men who are not trying to. They're gonna find that hilarious. They're gonna look past that song. But these will be the people who say the woman is the first teacher, and usually what she teaches with is a nursery rhyme.
Crazy work.
Crazy work, right? So I had to go into the ABC. Okay, ABC 1, 2, 3. But their minds are so they're so advanced, but really they're so delayed they couldn't see. When I kept saying that, listen, it's not just a nursery rhyme. So I could say Mary had a little lamb, but if I say Mary had a little lamb, and then this is how you should like da 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 da, and on top of that, okay, you need to take these herbs to fix whatever your problem is, because based on Mary had a little lamb, you have a problem with your throat. That's where it gets different with Ifa and like so yes, there is a story behind it. That of course, like I mean, did somebody slide down on a I'm gonna just read a Odu so that people can understand what I mean. Okay, because you know what? Let me see if I can find one. I want to find out. Like, I need to actually. Because I'm trying to find, because it's so many stories of just one Odu can have like a million stories, right? Because I want to show the verses so you can get like what I'm saying. All right, because and these verses are sung like da da da. You know, they have a certain way they sing them, and then those stories equal out to an actual prescription. You know, and even to let me. I'm waiting on this whole thing to load. Maybe there's a website I can go to that's faster. Oh, let me see. Let me do that. All right. You know what? Let me see. So let me just see this. All right, hold on. Let me find. Hold on. Give me a second. All right, this is a good one. Now, of course, we can't read the whole thing. All right, I'm gonna play this real quick. All right, so this is Ogbe O'Shea, Odu Ogbe O'Shea. So you're gonna actually hear how normally it happens with Babalawo that will tell you like what's going on, right? So let's go.
In the system that we live in, where it's like, work. You know, one thing I've learned is take that vacation, take that day off, take that nap.
Hold on,
Joseph, you and Erica came, and it was such a blast, and I feel so loved. So thank you so much for coming out.
No, it was a wonderful event. Kidney fulfill, not anything, just awareness to be able to protect yourselves as well. Going through, observing oneself and always having our health under analysis.
Yeah, honestly, this has definitely.
So I want y'all to hear a reading of the
we as men have just really focused on our families, putting our families and stuff before our own health and stuff, and so this is something that I want all men definitely.
So this is the reading. So what he's going to do is he's going to tell the story of Ogbe O'Shea, and then he's going to go into it so you guys can hear how about. So if you were getting a reading, it would sound exactly like this. So a Babalawo would throw a Pwele, and then this Odu would come out for you, right? And this is how it would sound, the actual reading, okay? Because all he's doing is doing it how a Babalawo would do, right? So
Men to focus on, we need to be here for our families. You know,
Yeah, it's a balance. It's a
yeah,
balance.
we definitely need to be here. And having kidney disease, yes, is unfortunate, but I really think that this has honestly saved my life, because if I didn't know that I had it, I probably would have just worked myself to death.
Yeah, you know, especially in the system that we live in, where it's like, you know, work. You know, one thing I've learned is take that vacation, take that day off, take that nap, you know, and put good things in your body, treat your body well as best you can, and, you know, pay attention to yourself, you know, and don't ignore things. So very, very key. So you'll have all that information, family, in the description as well.
Yep, kidneyforphil.com.
Nice.
So we talking about.
Well, we're inching.
Hey, Genesis, I gotta hop down, yo.
say it again.
I gotta hop down. It's time for me to hit the bed, but I'm gonna be
Man, I want you to hear this real quick though.
I'm listening.
So
I got 5 more minutes.
Because I want you to see like how a Babalawo that does a reading, how it goes. So it's not just a fairy tale. It's not just so it's deeper than just, okay, I'm saying Mary had a little lamb, but you're gonna see it. So imagine, so you're getting a reading, right? This Odu comes out when he throws the Opele. This particular Odu, this verse comes out. Let's watch.
This series finally. I look at some of the comments, and people are like, "Man, at this pace, it's gonna be Shongo." You know, Shongo is really Oshun. So you know, it changed when it came over. But today we're gonna be talking about Obeche, also known as Obechekete, and this Odu holds a very special place for me. This is actually my Odu of Ijoye. So in the Lukumi Ifa, when a gentleman finishes his initiation and we come out the room, they beat us down with sticks, as we deserve. But there's it's known as the day of title, and this is my Odu from my day of title. And mind you, when it was revealed, I was very pleased once I studied it, because it's really it's a banger, right? I mean, when you look at some of the themes that are here, I mean, this is the Odu of prophecy. There's a concept here known as Oniwasu, and it's known as the prophet, right? Where Obeche was a gentleman who would prophesize. He was somebody that would divine effortlessly, and it was because of the radiation he would receive from the sun and from nature, and he was just very gifted and very blessed in that regard. So it's recognized as one of the prophets of Ifa, along with Baba Yobe, ironically, where these two concepts can be found in both, where it was the salutation of the sun and ultimately the reception of those divine messages and prophecies that he would relay. So that was one of the first things I saw that really got me going. But there is a pataki here that I found really, really wild, because when you look at our literature, especially within the Lukumi context, there's things that, due to the separation of the diaspora, you can see elements of each of our corpuses in each other, but sometimes the explanations are not there.
Pataki. So again, he talks about what the Odu means. Then he gives a story, which is a story about. So watch when he gets into the Pataki.
Hey, hold on. What did it mean when he say they get beat down? The men get beat down by sticks. You saying so the men, when they're initiated to like adults, or when they become like something of high
certain people, like if they get a certain Odu, they have to like endure certain different things. So
a certain type
if you
of
have
punishment?
a specific, not punishment, but like more or less, to like that Odu says that blah 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 blah. You have to go through do this, that, the other. So yeah, so he and his initiation, his Odu being what it was, they had to do a certain thing. So yeah. Because each person comes into this world with a certain. So what Odu is the womb. The Odu is the womb. So each person gets birthed with a certain Odu. Each situation, the Odu gets birthed out of an Odu. So there's a certain thing that gets birthed when those specific, like, so it might be like, okay, the first time there was fire, there was the first time there was lightning, there was the first time that there was thunder. So different Odus are the personification of when the first time this happened. That's kind of what the Odu is. It tells you, okay, this is the first time mental illness came into being. It was this Odu. It was Odu such and such and such. You understand what I'm saying?
I got it now.
Yeah. So there was the first time that people with one leg came about, and that was Odu blah blah blah. You get what I'm saying?
I got it.
So let's go.
Obeche, right? Because there's a story here that seems very, very modern. But I can say that within myself, it is very legitimate because my family actually comes from the place that the Pataki ultimately speaks of. So when you look at the Odu of Obeche, it speaks of Orumila, of course. And in this Odu, Orumila was the Awo, he was the Babalawo, and he would attend to his public and to his people, his family, and he would do miraculous work. So Obeche is an Odu of a lot of talent. It's an Odu where the person has a cause and effect when it comes to Ifa, and they get amazing results if they study and prepare themselves. But they have something that really can't be replicated or duplicated. They're very special, and they have lots of ashe. So Orumila was a very successful Babalawo. Everything he did worked. Every time somebody came, if a woman was barren, he'd make sure she had a baby. If somebody had a terminal illness, he'd miraculously save their life. His ebo was off the chain. Like he was very good. But he would notice that no one would appreciate what he did for them. And this would cause him to become depressed. And, he would just look around and be like, I do so much for these people. It's not that I want a parade, but a thank you would be nice. Or even if it wasn't a thank you, it was to the point where people would insult Orula. They would denigrate Orula. They would try to demoralize him with their commentary and their criticisms. And Orula was progressively becoming more disenchanted, not only with his public, but with his priesthood, which was the most dangerous of the two. So he visited other Babalawos in a nearby village to be able to get some clarity as to why this was happening or what his next step should be. The Odu of Obeche was revealed, where Ifa told him to perform sacrifice at the ocean, right? And to do it with a rooster, some wood, and different materials, right? So when he went and he did the ebo on the beach, there was a gentleman there, and his name was Eshu. And Eshu was like, what you got there? And he's like, well, I got this rooster. He's like, can I have it? He's like, yeah, I mean, it doesn't have a destination, so it's all yours. So he fed Eshu on the beach, and they started talking about the situation. And Eshu said, I've been seeing how your people have been treating you. And, we're not fans, but you had to have the initiative to say, hey, enough is enough. And it seems like you've gotten to that point. If you give me those materials, I'm going to be able to confection something for you that's going to be able to solve all your problems. But you have to listen to me immediately, because if not, it could result in premature death for you. And Orula gave him the abo materials, the abo, everything. And Eshu constructed a boat. And when the boat was done, Orumila said, what am I going to do with this? He said, you're going to leave. And Orula said, I can't leave. I have a woman, I have children, I have a family, I have people that need me, clients, patients, all these different things. And, Eshu looked at him solemnly and said, they don't appreciate you. They're never going to appreciate you. So the best thing you could do is leave, because what's going to happen is the frustration is going to become so bad that they're going to kill you. And Orumila was completely shocked. He couldn't even believe what Eshu was telling him. But he started to realize and see the writing on the wall that, his people weren't his people. So, in a leap of faith, he hopped in the boat, and Eshu said, I'll see you on the other side. And Orumila started sailing. And because of the ebo, Olokun actually helped guide the boat. Olokun is a very important deity in this Odu as well. And when he arrived in the other land, or this island, right, he got out, and mind you, he has, his traditional garb on, and he's walking the beach, and, like, when's my next meal? A group of people come out to him and say, who are you? He said, my name's Orumila. And they're like, well, what do? You look interesting. He's like, I'm a Babalawo, or I'm an Ifa priest. Like, I perform divination, initiation, akoshe, all that. And they were like, well, we got money. You want to stay here and help us? I mean, we got some issues we'd like to resolve. But, Orumila was kind of shocked, because he had never seen anybody of a lighter skin tone. I guess they might have been something like me. And he was like, yeah, sure. You guys believe in this? And they were like, yeah, we'll take it. Why not? So he started doing divination and ebo for everybody. He started doing Isefa for everybody. He started initiating everybody. He became the Babalawo of that land, right? But with time, people realized Orumila never came home. At first, they rejoiced because they thought he was dead. But when things started going left, epidemic, famine, all these, catastrophes, they actually went looking for him, and they went to the beach where he was last seen, and they started yelling for him, and he heard them from across the water. And, immediately he said, I have to go back and save my people. And Eshu once again was at the beach. He said, remember what I told you, if you go back, they're going to kill you. And Orumila looked, and he said, well, I'll send them my blessings from afar. I've given them all the knowledge and preparation to be able to, handle themselves and resolve those issues, but I'll never go back, because I can't risk what I've created here. Orumila started a new life entirely, family, etc. And, from there, Ifa expanded even more so. So the correlations, connotations, and symbolism in this Pataki are pretty epic, because, I speak to people all the time, and, theology and faith come into question all the time. And people tell me, practitioners of Ifa, they said, why did Olodumare allow the slave trade to happen? Why did the diaspora happen? Why did all of these things occur? And I said, well, other than the actions of our ancestors, there are Odus and documentation that speak of us basically selling ourselves into slavery, unbeknownst what the ramifications were going to be. Because when you look at what slavery was in Africa, especially within the literature of Ifa that guides us, it was a much more familiar connotation, right? Like, hey, we conquered you guys, you know, keep your beliefs or whatever. You either live with us and help us around the house, or you pay a tax, things like that. It wasn't as gruesome and deplorable and painful as what occurred, you know, in the New World, right? Which is inexcusable entirely. So besides that, it's kind of sad when certain processes are necessary, and I wouldn't say necessary in foresight, more in hindsight, as vehicles to be able to spread something. Like when you look at what the diaspora actually did, had it not occurred, would Ifa have ever left Africa? We really don't know, you know, but I will say that as horrible as a vehicle as it was, it did accomplish that function where Ifa basically spread across the Caribbean. Now, when it gets to Cuba, right, and, you know, once again, 400 or 500 years, what have you, and the Mariel happens and all these guys start coming over, and at that point, Ifa really explodes across the world. You know, I mean, the earliest, I think, evidence of babalawos in the United States, I mean, that's documented, that's public knowledge that I'm aware of, I think it was the 50s or 60s when people started coming over under their own free will. But this Odu is basically the Odu of the diaspora, where Oromila, you know, based on his experiences in Africa up until that point, it says that, you know, the divine became so commonplace to the point where it wasn't appreciated. Oromila actually was there. You know, people would consult with Oromila. People would initiate with Oromila. This is why this is known as the Odu of the Messiah. And they would have direct contact and communication with him, and they would kind of treat it like lackadaisical, where it's like, okay, yeah, he's there, he's going to fix our problems and whatever, you know, we really don't have to thank him, he's always given this to us. This Odu says people only appreciate what they work for. So when Oromila got to the point where he's like, man, my people don't appreciate me, I wonder if they love me, which I doubt it, I think I'm going to leave, you know. And through him leaving is when they were like, oh man, we have to handle our own issues, we have to educate ourselves, we have to be accountable now, we can't be risk takers, all these other things. So when he leaves in the boat, which is how our ancestors were brought to the Caribbean, they say that he arrived on an island, and that island was the Canary Islands off of Spain. And this is the Odu where people of a lighter skin tone started getting initiated into Ifa, where Oromila recognized them as viable candidates to be able to perpetuate this spirituality across the world. And he did so, you know. So I always thought that was really ironic, because my grandmother's ancestors were from the Canary Islands. So when I read this story, and, you know, each of these Odus that we receive through our Itel Odu, they show a different aspect of ourselves, right? The Ijoye is the Odu that is said to reflect how the world is going to receive the Babalawo and treat the Babalawo, because it's the one where he's reassimilating himself back into nature. You've come out of the hole after we've kept you in there for 7 days, cooped up. And now the world is going to receive you under what influence? So it's an Odu that I think, even though the method was very sad, it's an Odu that reiterates unity and the importance of seeing beyond, you know, anything that differentiates us, whether it's race, whether it's, you know, gender, orientation, spiritual belief and practice, anything that that makes up society and humanity that differentiates us. We have to overlook that and understand that humanity is just that. We're human, right? And Ifa has always been an advocate for equality and recognition, and, you know, unity and harmony amongst all people of all walks of life. You know, when I would speak to older Babalaos and stuff like that, gentlemen that had really, you know, assimilated the philosophy and really lived it, you know, a great one told me, he said, Ifa unites great people. Yeah.
All right. So I wanted to just show that, okay, so he told a story. Then he broke it down, gave like the context of it. But right. But when you actually look at the Odu, it's more to it than just the story, right? Meaning, analysis, tips, sayings, and patakis. So there's various patakis, okay? Obeshe invites us to be patient, persevering, loyal in all aspects of our lives by demonstrating the truth with actions, fulfilling our responsibilities. We will be able to overcome adversity, achieve the success, prosperity that the Orishas have destined for us. Let us remember that faith and perseverance in difficult time bring prosperity, blah, blah, blah. So it's the different aliases, Agbe Agbe Kojo. This is like different, like across the world, what they say, 8-5, okay? What is born in Odu Agbe? The revolver, the tattoo. The chain is lowered to the ground. The person is used and abandoned. The greeting and imploration of Olarum. The secret of Boni, Balshe garment. The spy. The sons. So these are the things that when this thing comes up, these are like the different energies that come out with this Odu. The premonition in human beings. Prophecy, position of O2 neurologist, the disease caused Meniere syndrome, right? So disease comes in this Odu, different things, right? So, and then it tells you like what to do. Put 5 music instruments to your legwa. When Awo sees this Ifa Obeshe, he must give Oshun pork. Fufu. So that's like a offering to your Oshun. Don't offer what you can't deliver. Give fresh fish to your head. Put a crown, the 16 parrot feather. Da, da, da. So it's like different. So that there's like different things to do when this Odu comes out. So it's a lot. It's way more than just it's a story. You get what I'm saying? And so let's get in. Let's hear. So when I like try to explain this to them, that this was not just just a allegory. There's a whole if I wrote down everything that come with the story, it's way more than just an allegory. There's all type of different stuff involved with it. What came into being, what you know what I'm saying, things that came with the sign, the illnesses that came with it, the herbs that you need to use to heal yourself. So it's not just a sign, it's more than that. So let's go into it. Sir. So all right, so if I throw OB and I throw cowrie shell and I say the pataphy for you is Mary had a little lamb or the little boy who cried wolf, then what is the prescription to the little boy who cried wolf?
Not to be telling lies, because eventually it's gonna catch up to you.
Exactly. What are we talking about?
No. Because
yes, it is.
No, because there's also
So what's the point of little boy that cried wolf? What's the point of it?
Prescription that comes out is not just not to tell lies. What else? It could be your stomach could be hurting. You're this hurting. What? You don't understand Odu.
Man,
listen, that's what Odu. Listen, when you get the Odu read to you,
fam. Hey, Venus, you know how you said.
Can you shut the fuck up so I can finish what I'm saying?
Right here. This is deficiency right here.
No, you have a deficiency.
Like a 5-year-old and start cursing because you don't know what you're talking about.
I'm cursing because you're interrupting me, and I'm trying to tell you the difference between
You're getting frustrated because
you're interrupting me. You're not letting me explain something.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're bugging now.
When I first heard the story, little boy that cried wolf, the lesson I learned from listening to it was stop lying, because there's gonna come a time where you're telling the truth and nobody's gonna fucking believe.
No, man.
So you see how they want to simplify it. They want to simplify it into this. Oh, it's just that's all it is. But once again, okay, let me show you again here. All right. So if you go into it. All right, economic aspects. Agbe points out. Hold on, I just lost the correct sacrifices and faith can restore what has been lost and bring profit. Listen, I'm not even gonna read the whole thing. Religious, it breaks down personal relationship, love. The owl never hurries so as not to fail. Revolutionary liar. The moral man, his spirit does not lie. The cart goes ahead of the oxen. He who has virtue is despised more than he who has a vice. You know what I'm saying? These are the type of things that when they have to know all this stuff, right? And then hold on, let's get even into recommendations, right? So that's the prescription, right? Do this. Put fresh fish to Ogun. Take care of your eyesight. Must live with people of a definite color. Wear a flag necklace. Pray if you had bad eyes on you. Take a trip. Give a goat to Eshu. Rooster to Ogun. Ask for his head. Do not drink sugar water. You don't work at night. No one blows Afoshe. Agbe, she prohibits, don't color your hair. You cannot bathe in the river because Olokun drowns you. So you can't even don't be going to the river. And fucking around with the river because you might drown. Okay, so this is the type of stuff that happens. So it's not like just you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
But in their mind, it's like, oh, okay, look, money is coming your way, but first you must use the money you have saved and pray to defeat the enemy and move forward, achieving the good that is coming to you. you had a bad dream, although you no longer remember it. It was a dream related to food or a party. Be careful because someone out of envy or revenge wants to play a bad trick on you. They could do harm or something red in color. You feel pain in your leg. Sometimes you feel sad. Do not take things to heart. This sadness could cause you your life. You'll be invited to a meal. Do not go because in that house they are preparing a trap for you that involves placing 2 jobs. There's a person in a house that does not let you prosper just by looking at him. He slows you down. You to get those eyes off you, you must make a prayer without delay. After doing so, you have plenty of work, and you will. This is so. And honey, I'm not even done. This thing goes. You see how much information just off of that one Odu. Like this is not just don't eat cabbage or whatever this is not like just a what do you say what's the word he said allegory. This is like even getting deeper into, and then this is like okay this is where the story OD here had neither money or food. Desperate, he went to Orumala's house, who saw old Beishe sign on him and marked the Ebo sacrifice for him, which is great effort he was able to make. After completing the sacrifice, OD returned to the forest. From the top of the tree, he observed a large head of Agbani, creatures with large horns that were at the bottom of a deep hole in the ground. The Agbani invoked Olorun, and by uttering magic words, the sky opened and they entered. When OD was about to shoot them, he saw them with a bow. He heard a voice. It was Alegwa saying, I defend you. Pay attention to the words they say to Olorun. Learn them and you'll be able to do the same as them. For 3 days, OD watched Agbani. He didn't kill him and memorized their Suyare sacred song, finally taking advantage of the fact that they had left. He climbed down from the tree, recited the words, and into Olorun. So, of course, this is a mythological story to explain that rather than you... Okay, inside he found great riches. He took 2 rolls of Oshufo. So don't just act because you see something going on, right? That's the story, right? But then there's also, like I said, like it's way more than just it. I'm still scrolling. These verses of Odu have way more to it. Then there's herbs, okay? There's herbs to use when this Odu comes out. Pine, puffin, Cuban plantain, cap axe, cress, sagebrush. You know what I'm saying? So it's so on top of all the information that you get right there, there's also the prescription in the actual herbs way of this particular Odu. So when they try to like make it just so simple, it's not so simple. And I couldn't do this because it's not my channel, and I can't just bring this up and just break the whole thing down. So that's why we're here on my channel where we can break this down. And if you want to learn more about the Odu, please go to OshayIfa.com and it'll break down all of the Odus so that you can understand what the Odu Ifa is. Okay. It's not just what it's not just that simple that it's like just an allegory, and people get that mixed up. They don't, and they get lazy about it. Okay. They get lazy and they don't want to think further than whatever their thoughts are. And so, okay, it's allegory. Well, no, be quiet and let me explain to you what it really is. Do not you don't know what you're talking about, sir. These are the herbs for that particular Odu. Does Mary Had a Little Lamb have herbs to take? When you say the boy who cried wolf, is there an herb to take? No. So in the Bible, if I read Psalms, is there an herb to take if the Psalms comes up for your divination? No, there's divination that is prohibited in that situation, right? In Christianity. You understand what I'm saying? So and even in but I think that in Kabbalah you have a closer thing to what I'm talking about with Judaism and Jewish mysticism. But when it comes to Christianity, it is not a holistic practice that involves medicine, stories, etc. And so that's what's pretty much is going on, is that people don't even understand like what African tradition is bringing. So when I'm talking about this, they have no respect for it. They have no understanding of it, and so therefore they could like make a like laugh at it and make a joke of it. What are your thoughts, Tony? You there?
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts so far? What I said. Any thoughts?
Nah, go ahead, Genesis. You continue.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and play the rest of this where they continue to misunderstand. Let's go.
It has a deeper meaning that has something to do with something else. This is why you can't have a conversation with women, because they miss the entire point of what you're saying to focus on some arbitrary bullshit that ain't got nothing to do with nothing. And then they got the nerve to wonder why men rule the world. This is why we rule the damn world.
So the problem with women is that we don't like listen to arbitrary whatever you're saying, but you have no context because you never allowed me to give you context. You'd rather ramble and then tell me that that's why men rule the world. No, men rule the world because they are stronger than women. If we actually had the strength to like overpower you, we'd do a fucking way better job at it. Let's go.
Because y'all don't know what you're talking about. You focus on the wrong.
All right,
thing.
so no, I'm not focused on the wrong thing.
Then what?
Do ODs have prescriptions? Do they not point out mental and physical health problems?
What's the other prescription for little boy to cry wolf?
Well, no, what the prescription? Okay, let's talk. Let's go into the OD. All right. What? Okay. Oh, I was gonna try to, but they wouldn't allow me to because they kept interrupting and talking shit. So let's go. It's called Ayurveda. So the actual prescription. No, the actual story has a prescription. It has a medicine tied to it. It has a story tied to it. And everything. Agree. It's not just.
I agree.
Okay.
Now, but didn't you say that they came from Egypt, right?
What?
Yes or no?
Europe, from Europe, yeah. And also, I believe.
Okay, so wait.
Hold on. From what I understand, hold on. Not just Egypt, the Nile Valley, not just Egypt, the Nile Valley.
Cool. I like
Sudan.
That.
Hold on. Most of the Yoruba priests, they say that they came from the southern region of Sudan, and
the
then
Egyptians
they
say
migrated
the same thing.
across in the Ile Ife. So
I agree. I agree. Genesis. Listen, I agree that ancient Egyptians say the same thing about the South. I agree. So let's say Nile Valley. I said Egypt for the people listening, okay?
Okay.
So if you agree that it comes from the
Nile Valley culture also went to India. It went to China. It went to other countries.
Can you hear me though? Listen to me.
And to that dude in the chat, you talking about Angry Man mistaking his chaos for wisdom.
So the reason why we're having this discussion, because I brought up the I Ching, I said it's the closest thing to Yoruba like divination systems today. And he wants to like say, oh, well, that's more than ancient Egypt. Sir, ancient Egypt does not have a divination system that people are using today.
See, he don't even know what he talking. See,
you understand what I'm saying?
Talking about some shit that you don't know what you're talking about.
So he's gonna argue with me about, well, no, what about Egypt and Kemet? Honey, ain't nobody using the divination system of ancient Egypt right now. But they're using Yoruba ancient divination system. They're using I Ching. They're using Ayurveda, whatever their divination system. They're using Sam, Bomb Sam divination all throughout Africa. Even children have a divination system. Hell, we use divination in our goddamn baseball and football games to figure out what team is going to play first. So, like, stop it.
Wisdom. My chaos is wisdom, bro.
Sister Genesis, if it come from the Nile Valley, which we agree, right? Then how could the I Ching be the closest thing to it if the root is the Nile Valley?
That exists right now. Okay, show me the divination system of the Nile Valley.
You want me to do that for you for real?
Is it geomancy? What is it? Is it sand divination? Which one is it? What is it?
Confused.
Bro, why was that a question? I said, show me it. And he says, you want me to do that for real? Like, bro, what's the question? Like, okay, show me that. Oh, okay, it's this. Why is that a more question? Like, and go down a deeper rabbit hole of bullshit. If you know that there's another divination system that come from the Nile Valley that people are using right now, you should have been able to just rattle that off the top of your head, but you didn't. You said, Oh, is that what you want me to do? But you never told me what it was. Let's go. What is the divination system? And it's existing right now. People are using right now today. Is it Cowrie?
No,
is it Ophele?
I'm confused.
No, not ancient. Because right now, no. I Ching is being used today.
Yeah,
Ophele
it's
is being
called
used
the
today.
oral traditions. Listen, ain't none of that stuff older than none of the oral traditions in Africa that's using it right now.
No, but I'm saying, but right now, listen.
Right now,
He said oral tradition. I didn't say oral. I said divination. Okay, oral tradition is one thing. Divination is another. Actually, oral tradition gets passed down through divination, to be quite honest, because, like, listen, like in Christianity, you could read their Bible, you could read in the Torah, right? But you can't read no Odu Ifa. Only priests can know all the Odu, and then when you get your divination, according to what your situation is, that is the Odu that's told to you. And if you memorize that and you know when the Odu is that comes up, you know what it means. It's not the same thing as if you go into a Christian and you're reading the Bible and it's just a bunch of stories or whatever, where you know exactly, okay, well, this means this in my life. So, big difference.
Right now, okay? Right now, the Junasi are using things that's older than ancient Nile Valley. Right now.
Right now, I can take this cowrie shell. You see this? I can throw cowrie. I can predict. I can tell you what's going on with your life right now. At this very moment. You see this?
Stage.
I can hit this right now.
I need to
And I
burn
can
my
tell you
sage
based on
right now.
based on the Odu Ifa, what's going on.
Burn some sage.
He's talking here to burn some sage. First of all, sage removes all energy out the room. So sage is not really the thing to burn. Palo Santo is better. Sage removes everything, and sometimes you need certain spirits to be there, especially your ancestors to be there to protect you. So you don't want to just burn sage willy nilly. You people don't even know what the hell they're doing. Talking about shut up. So what I'm trying to explain to you is you're talking about the ancient. I'm talking about right now.
I'm talking about right now
as we speak. All right. So do a divination right now, because I can do one for you.
Oh my God! See, I knew something was up. I knew it. I'm burning my sage as soon as this stroke is over.
You burn the sage, child. What does that mean?
The Yoruba ain't the only people doing divination. In fact, they not even.
What's the divination system of the Nile Valley right now today in 2026?
I'm saying.
Listen, am I wrong or right? I mean, what is the divination system of the Nile Valley, the ancient Nile Valley that exists right now in 2026? I believe that it is the Yoruba divination system. It is the Ophele. It is the Babalawo. It is that system, the cowrie shell, all that. But what's happening is he don't know, and so he's gonna continue to say that. Oh no, it's just about the knowledge and the wit. No, a divination system is divination. Knowledge is knowledge, and divination is divination. So let's get into it.
She said she don't believe in Jesus or the Bible, but what's the word that how do you say the word that y'all will call Jesus? It's Jesus, right? So I'm confused, bro.
The Yoruba called Jesus what?
Hey, Harwin.
They call her
Harwin. And she said, "What does that even mean?"
No.
I think
they have a story that they say that it could be Jesus.
I said I was gonna burn some sage.
It was called Yawasun. It was called Yawasun. But let me but hold on.
They call him
Yawasun. Like I said, but Yawasun also went to India. He went to Asia. He went all around the whole globe. But y'all don't believe that, so it may or may not be Jesus. But according to the Yoruba. But there's different stories. Some houses believe in that story, some don't. Let's go. It's called Yawasun. It's called Yawasun. What I'm trying to explain is that.
Hey, Genesis, I'll have a conversation with you anytime. You entertaining as fuck. Listen, you.
I'm entertaining, so this is like a joke. I'm telling what the real deal is. I'm entertaining because I'm hitting some facts and you think that it's a joke, but it's really the truth.
I like you, Genesis.
She can hold on though. She can hold on for sure.
I like you, Genesis. You cool.
I tell you what.
She's sleepy as hell too.
I'm very tired. I'm exhausted. I've been up for a long ass time. Yeah, I'm sleepy as hell and I'm still getting with y'all. God damn it. So let's go. But it's okay. Y'all got it.
Night night.
You almost did a divination for me, G.
Listen, I'll do one. You want me? I listen.
No,
I can't do it. Listen, I'll do it
no.
tomorrow because I need like to get some sleep and like take a bath and like just cleanse
Hell
myself.
no.
But I can do an entire. I can read your whole thing, read your whole aura from top to bottom, and then tell you what you need to do to fix it. Whatever's going on.
No.
Straight up.
No.
She said
That's Angry Man up there talking about some no. I believe Harlan probably wanted one. Harlan probably be like, man, I'm gonna hit you up. But this Angry Man gonna intercede for him. Cause you know what I'm saying? You got like one like dude that gonna dominate the whole, and then you got like the other dudes that's gonna like just bow down. Oh, what you scared?
No, because
I just find out.
No, because I just
man. If you don't be quiet,
because I just got through lining my
funny as hell.
Man, child, I don't want to hear that. You
I don't need you messing it up.
I'm about to go, man. Be quiet. I don't want to hear what you're la la.
Exactly.
Good night, sir. Good night, kind sir.
You screwing up the vibe.
I don't need you screwing up my vibe.
Of alchemy.
You are a screw. You are a screw.
No,
hey, the Brotherhood, blood. Hey, what's that anime about the act?
He is a screw. He is a screw. That god dang it. I don't need you screwing up, man. If you don't shut the fuck up. So all this whole thing started because I played this video with 607 and honey, they was just so mad about what he was saying. But I kind of agree somewhat what he's saying, but let's go.
You that, but you don't have no land here. See, look, it's something strange about me and you because me and you both don't have a land here. We take everything here. You go take shit, replace shit, but where the fuck are you from? Is it a white land? Right? Listen, we have a German Shepherd. I'm gonna tell you where the fuck a German Shepherd is from. The fucking dog is from fucking Germany. Where the fuck the white man from? We don't know. Where the fuck the black man from? We don't know. All right? We don't know.
Black people are from Africa, and then white people are from Caucasus.
No. Take me to Africa. They're gonna tell me I'm not from there because Africa was broke up. Listen, Africa was broke up. Africa was broke up by you guys. Y'all broke Africa down in sets. Y'all named it based on trade, based on what y'all was getting from each particular part. Africans never called themselves Nigerians and shit like that. You guys did that shit.
Right.
They didn't do that.
Right.
That came from you. Right. Because you're kind. You're kind.
But you said the black people are the ones running the show.
Listen, I'm gonna say this. Black people.
12 families.
Listen, I'm saying this. Yeah. No. Them the white families that the black people control. I don't think you understand.
So the black people are controlling the white families. You're saying?
Of course.
It's not of course.
I'm telling you for real. Look,
I mean, I believe that you believe it, but don't act like I'm
no. I no belief. I'm telling you what I know is true because everybody know this. You gonna go different places. They're gonna say, "Oh, these people on these lands just disappeared. They just disappeared. These people just disappeared." The crazy ass Hebrew Israelites, they think it's them. I ask the Israelites, they say they're the chosen people. They think that the people that everybody looking for is them. That's what they think. But it's the people that have been lost, have been tricked. Because the worst thing they can do is take something from you, hide it from you, and the whole time it's still in you. Right? So the whole time they hid it from me, but the whole time it was still stuck in me. That's why I don't read now. Listen, I don't even read. The priest was trying to make me read. Tell this nigga don't try to do it no more. Cause I don't read. No, for real. I won't read shit.
Big picture book.
Now I read people and I read energy, right? And I read frequencies and shit. I don't read books.
Do you believe that you're in the
I
prison
don't believe
planet?
shit. Stop playing. I don't believe shit.
What do you mean?
I'm saying this.
Are you in the prison planet? Let me word it that.
I'm saying this. You probably are. I'm here having an experience, right? So I'm having an experience. I'm having a human experience here, right? Because when I this body supposedly died, whatever inside of me is gonna move past the body, right? So this is like a video game. I'm playing it, right? But people don't understand how to play. So that's why people here and they complaining, right? And they don't want to accept it as a prison. I knew a lot of niggas in prison would never accept that they was in prison, right? They wouldn't accept it. They thought they was in the streets, so they started fucking fags. Yeah, they thought they was in the streets. Yeah, they wouldn't accept that they was in prison. You ain't supposed to do this, but they bending niggas over.
Okay,
you would have got bent.
All right, hold up. First off,
I mean, a lot of this stuff is like, just funny, A lot of it was hilarious, you know what I'm saying? But, like, when we get into this type of rhetoric with these guys, like they are just so stuck. And they're gonna talk shit about me for a second. Let's go.
With the brothers.
Yo,
one of them got turned to a robot or whatever.
Bro, hey, look, this is what's so funny to me. She's sitting there talking about divination. Then I said something about burning sage, and she's like, "What does that even mean?" I'm like, "Wait a minute, how do you know that?"
I didn't say what does that mean. I'm like, what does that mean? Like, what does that mean? Like on some like so? Like, what you think sage is gonna do? If I was, I mean, I'm not trying to like do no spell work, but if I was spell sage ain't gonna do shit. Got to do a little bit more than sage if I was really trying to do something about somebody. But I'm saying I was willing to do a divination to show, like, okay, this is what the divination really is. But these guys are scared, boots, shaking in their little boots and scared.
That, but don't know that. Like, now I'm really confused.
Yo,
like that shit is crazy, bro.
Hey, I had a point before she went on her tangent, bro. God damn, I had a great point.
It wasn't a great one if you forgot it, so honey.
Yeah, but to you brothers out here, like I said, man, you got to know how to get your energy.
Hey, hey, everybody on the panel, did I tell her Sister Genesis to do any of that stuff she was talking about?
No. No.
What the fuck could we talk about in the chat, bro? Like,
no.
I didn't tell her to do no divination, none of that. I don't know. Somebody came in on the wrong part of the combo, sister. I
didn't even do a divination. They so scared. They scared. If you scared, go to church, honey. You scared, go to church. But he supposed to be a Egyptian. He's scared about divination. Are you kidding me?
Do not put none of that on me,
bro. I can tell.
Put
bro,
none of what on you? I thought the Egyptians did divination too. He said the ancient Egyptians did divination. So why would you be afraid of it? Don't put none of that on me. Oh my God. He's still Christianized and whatever.
Know what they think they know, bro. Christians have been around way longer than what the fuck y'all think they've been. I will agree that the Roman Catholic Church redefined what the fuck Christianity is, but a lot of y'all don't even fucking know that y'all damn self.
That's true.
And me being a Muslim had to find that shit out hard. Most people are really Catholic. Most people, if you really look at what the Christian faith is, y'all really have a Catholic upbringing. Y'all just don't know
it. That was wild. That was wild.
That's all you can say is that was wild. But trust me, they not fucking with me, bro. They listen. They couldn't listen. They can't fuck with me. They can't.
Hey, I'm trying to understand.
Yo, the sister just contradicted herself. First, she said they did walk the earth, and then it's a myth. I'm like, wait a minute. Wait, what?
I said that the Orisha walked the earth. I just showed y'all the example of what I meant. I just showed y'all the example of what I meant, but the thing is, they wouldn't allow me to do it. It wasn't my channel. I couldn't really get it in like I wanted to. What's your thoughts, Tony? You there, Tony?
Yeah.
Give your
you
thoughts.
Can hear me
yeah, I can hear you. I'm so done with it. They up there. They're scared as hell. I think I scared their ass with that. When I riled them damn cowrie shells, I scared the shit out of their ass. They got scared about the cowrie shell. Like, damn, really? That's all it takes. Honey, don't bring my bell out. If I would have brought my bell and started bringing that bitch, them niggas would have really been scattering.
Yeah.
They would have been scared as fuck. I'm like, bro, that's all it takes. Y'all watch too many goddamn horror films. Like, bro, it's all it is like, what do you do? You have no idea. Go ahead, Tony. Let's go ahead. Let's get some final.
Yeah, they ain't gonna never change. You know what I'm saying? And really, if they keep it up, you know what I'm saying, their time will be shorter than what it's supposed to be. You know what I mean?
Why you think that?
Nah, because the way this world going and the way that they are, you know what I'm saying, Genesis, it's about to be clean house season. You know what I'm saying? People like that, they not gonna have no place in what this about to be. You know, so I can't even tell them to change. They're not gonna change. It's gonna be the same with these people.
Do you think I would ever do anything to harm anybody? Like, if I brought out a cowrie shell, you think I'm doing it to harm somebody?
Nah. It's just that they negativity gonna say that. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna think that. You know what I mean? And they just gonna keep getting more negative and more negative. You know what I'm saying? Because there come a certain time where you put so much of this stuff into the universe until, like, you know what I mean, you get everything brought back on you that you put out. You know what I'm saying? But see, they not spiritual. They don't understand these things.
But yeah, you know, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's like, dude, y'all are so indoctrinated, and so y'all think that y'all like so free, and y'all got like all this, but really y'all are so indoctrinated that a person brings like shake some calorie shots, you up there. I'm gonna get my sage out.
Right? Like what? Like that's not. Well, how can you fight that? Well, what she telling you with divination? What does that have to? Oh my! I couldn't. Oh boy, ignorant.
Honey, I use sage before I divine for somebody. Like, what do you mean?
Like, right?
I clean the person off with some. I wouldn't do like regular sage. I probably do some dragon's blood or whatever. But I'll clean the person off like with some sage and some, you know what I'm saying, like some like Florida water before I do the divination, whatever, you know, in person. What do you think he was gonna do by like burning some sage? He ain't gonna do nothing. The divination is the divination. It is what it is.
Right.
Man, these listen. I'm gonna hear a little bit more of this bullshit what they got to say, and I'm about to like wrap it up. Go ahead. Hold on.
It's a myth. You say the Bible is a myth, but that's not a myth, but it is. She was sleepy.
We just gonna chop that up to that.
I explained to them is that yes, all these stories are mythological to make a point. The difference between Ifa and these other stories is that there's more to it. And I just showed you that, listen, it's not just about telling a story. It's also about prescribing a problem with the person and then giving you the diagnosis, the herbs to fix the problem, etc. So it's not just a myth. It's not just a allegory. But okay, let's go.
Hey, somebody in the Mo Love, don't put that on me. You came in at the wrong part of the conversation. My little harmony love. You can't
see the thing that I have a problem with the way that they think and think, and it's when you push that on a person. Cause okay, yeah, let's say what you saying is true, but to a person who's been raised and believing in what they believe in, just telling them they wrong in the beginning, they're gonna automatically give you pushback. What you should do is just have a conversation, and instead of saying you're wrong,
I said you my little harmony, my love. Like what you talking about?
Instead of saying it,
hey, look, Mo Love, my little harmony. My bad, bro.
No, man. Because I will say it's a lot of shit that they ain't telling us. That's a fact. The movies that we watch, there's some truth in that bullshit. What's that movie with the girl? She was able to open up 100% of her damn brain capacity.
Lucy.
When they rather believe in Lucy than to believe in what I was saying. That's crazy.
Crazy.
Ain't that crazy? They everything goes back into a movie. They rather believe in fairy tale Hollywood than actual African mythological, like African stuff. Okay. Truth is stranger than fiction. Truth is stranger than fiction, guys. But it's okay. You know, I might go to Trade tonight and do another show with him. But it's interesting how these guys are just so brainwashed. It's crazy.
I believe that shit real.
No, I don't even want to look. I don't even want to dive into that. I want to point something out. She bringing up the weird sisters and all of that stuff. They kill me. They be bringing up that stuff. They be acting like, oh, the women know how to do this and how to do that. How many of them women was more powerful than Papa Legba? How many?
Papa Legba is Orisha. Like, what are you talking about? They would utilize Papa Legba as Orisha. He don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. I'm talking about the priests that existed, the sages that knew how to use the Orisha. Legba is a Orisha. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, sir. He thought he ate with that, and then people are laughing. Dumb.
Like, let's. How many of them women, to all of y'all that be practicing all of that, how many of those women were more powerful than Brother Midnight? That's what I want to know.
Not that many.
So let's stop.
I did do it, them Bella.
This guys, they're stupid. When I talked about the sages and the sages and the sibyls, they are the priests of Legba. dummy. They are the priest of Yemaya. They are the priestesses of Oshun. They are the priestesses of all the Orisha. So you're saying that they're older than... No, I never said that. See, you're not listening. You were too busy interrupting me to actually get the true full depth of what I was speaking. I'm talking about the Odu. That Orumila. When you go to a Babalawo, that is the Odu. That is the written oracle. Any thoughts? What are you gonna say, Tony?
Nah, Genesis. Yeah, I already said. Yeah, I don't got nothing to say on these niggas no more. Genesis. These niggas is a dead end course. Dead end.
They're sad, and they mind. They think that they're right. And they're so wrong.
Yeah.
And then Angryman is the main wrong ass one, just talking the most. And they kissing his ass so hard, honey. They gobbling his nutsack.
Hey, and now that you said that, the thing that I hate the most, like somebody said, y'all proud to be the leaders of this world, like it's fucked up. This as fucked up as it is. It's not as fucked up as it. It's not as fucked up as y'all.
Nah, they gotta pick a struggle. Why so? If they the leaders, they the reason why it's messed up.
Know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is she brought up the
I never said we were the leaders. I just said that they were priesthood. Everything don't have to be a struggle for leadership. Y'all are the ones that want to struggle to remain leaders. Women don't have to struggle for that. We already are leaders. We're the ones that teach y'all how to walk and how to talk and how to do X, Y, Z. We don't have to lead everything, bro. You wouldn't even know how to talk, half of y'all, without your mama telling you, mama, say mommy, say dada, you know? Come on, walk. Come on, walk, baby. All right, one step before the other. This is what the mother does, the nurturing aspect of the mother. We don't have to like fucking run the whole world. We run y'all from the very beginning of y'all life.
The women who are hunters, and then they bring up women who, like Nepal on the debate with Maggie was saying how women were hunters, they were warriors. It was a whole fucking totally different time 100 years ago, 200 years ago, 1,000. Like the world was dangerous, bro.
They talking about Neolithic period.
The world was dangerous. Was past tense. The world is dangerous. It still is today. And there are women that know how to hunt. Like, do some research. Everything is not all. I mean, the men do not run every goddamn. So what happens if you leave your family? Is your woman just gonna be up there and all the lions and all like the invading forces just take her over? She has no ability to defend herself. Fuck out of here, bro. Women know how to defend themselves. Like, what are you talking about?
No, that's what they want her to be. They want her to be just like that. Yeah.
Just sitting up there, just a weak vessel.
Unbelievable.
A big pussy box, just walking around like a big punani.
Yeah, that's what they want.
Without no other function, just to like fucking, they stick their dingling in them, and that's all they know how to do, but just lay on the ground and just get pregnant, and that's it. But women are way more than that. Y'all need to get y'all life together.
Mm-hmm. So when 100 niggas invade their crib, he'll be the only one fighting. Yeah, that's what he wants. He's a fucking idiot. These niggas are dumb.
Right. Like, women are just so weak and so feeble-minded. Like, really? What kind of women are you talking about? That's the problem, is that y'all want women to be this feeble, but we're not. And so y'all mad about it. Like, we're not feeble. We not like we not docile. We can stand up for ourselves. What are you talking about, bro? Man, I'm gonna play this video. I'm gonna find this video. I'm gonna let this bullshit, but I'm gonna find this video and show you the real power of feminine energy.
10,000 years
that
ago.
Shit was dangerous as hell. Like it was, everything was a warring state. If you lived around the time Genghis Khan was on his rampage, or Alexander the Great went on their rampage, every day you had to wake up with eyes in the back of your head. So of course the women had to be a certain way. But yes, just because those women was out in the field slashing niggas' neck, they still answer to their husband. They still answer to their father. They were still, just because a woman is a warrior, she still can be submissive to a man. Like that's the part that I don't fucking understand.
Why so serious? Don't believe that freaking revisionist history bullshit that they giving you. How many women do you really think was out there on the battlefield?
Not that many, bro. I understand it.
Men that was straight up barbarians. Like, come on, bro. They like, come on. And see, they give us these movies and try to show us that, like, bro, come on, man. Like, you can't even. First of all, a lot of the weapons back then, women couldn't even lift them weapons up.
Yeah,
bro.
they could.
You don't need no heavy weapon to hunt, bro.
Now women wasn't fighters. It wasn't no knights. Nothing. Oh,
honey, we just was just up there, just getting our nails done, bro. We in the bush. We just listen. We listen. It's a nail salon that bitch. We just getting our hair did and our nails did. We ain't doing shit.
Right. So Yael and all of them, you know what I mean? Deborah, all of them never, no, they wasn't war. No, they wasn't. No. See?
No, it was just men. We couldn't take a shit without them. We're like, man, could you like come with me so I can take a shit in the forest? I just gotta take a shit. Like, what about when all the men get like killed in battle? We just up there just constipated.
Right. What do you think?
Ain't taking no shit because all the men are gone. We can't do shit.
Right.
We can't piss because the men ain't there to make sure we can take a piss. Like, come on now. These guys are fucking ridiculous and stupid and retarded, bro. I wanted to show this because they said, "Oh, the woman is just this docile animal. Ain't no women out here just look at it. Hold on, watch this. I'm gonna show y'all this. Look at this. The woman coming. Look. Foul! Just slapped the shit out of his ass. And the woman said, "Yeah, that's exactly what." Boom. He turned his head. Boom. They're gonna say that shit's AI. Oh, that's AI. That ain't no real lion. Slapping the shit out of a male lion. He would have killed her. Whatever. Just these men are hold
them properly. Like, what are we talking about?
Then,
yeah, like,
and then on top of that, even if you bring up Cleopatra got what infiltrated because she submitted to a nigga, right?
No. They was infiltrated already.
Yeah,
she was trying. Yeah, they had already got infiltrated before that. She was trying to keep it from getting out of hand.
Oh, okay. So my history wrong. Well,
yeah, she was trying to
fuck up too. They didn't die, but he was just saying, like, imagine, cause they're not telling you is all those times when people were black or they were melanated is what he was saying. We're not gonna say they black, but they were melanated.
Could you imagine if something happened, some catastrophic event, and then you had a bunch of people come here to America that's from somewhere else, and these niggas, they don't know how to crank a car, so they literally take the car and strap a horse to it, and they sit inside the car and have the horse pulling the damn car.
Imagine how they would fucking look, bro.
Like, you be looking at it like, what the hell is you doing?
But you,
child, you know what? Now they on some. Listen, we gonna end this, and because the shit done got ridiculous. That's how they have to go so far, honey. All I've heard is references to Pikachu and the X-Men. Goddamn, the Simpsons, everything to make a woman to be insignificant. That's what the X chromosome, the X-Men, and blah, 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 blah. And why is it, you know what I'm saying? this male, I was never trying to argue against like males being more dominant in certain areas. I was never trying to do that. But they're so hung up on like trying to assert their dominance that whatever I said, it was like, you know what? Women are not dominant. I was never that was never my argument. My argument was that there was females that did have power. We're not just this weak vessel that you just inject your fucking sperm into whenever you want to have children. Okay. Last thoughts before I end the stream. Tony, you want to say something? Last thoughts, Tony, but the light ended. Okay, I don't know. I think he threw too. He tired. All right, guys. Much love. Peace.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah. See if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like I am. Your energy. That's right. Only you can make the change. Shine your head at you. Shine so bright from darkness to light. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your